But instead of doing that, I like kind of woke up weirdly early, and now I'm kind of awake, so we doing okay. We doing okay. But yeah, today's gonna be weird, cause tonight my aunt and uncle are crashing at my place, and then they're house sitting tomorrow somewhere else. So then they'll be doing that all week. So I kind of have to be on the dot with end of day today. Just realized you guys could just barely see the edge of the green screen. There we go. I'm still getting used to having a green screen. I don't know. Chat, do you guys like the green screen? I think it's like, I've managed to make it like not look shit. Considering this is like a $30 green screen setup, it's like $20. It's like a $20 like camera backdrop stand. And that's just made out of like plastic with like a metal base. And then just like a $10 in fabric and some hooks. Like it is the cheapest fucking setup I could do. I think I've managed to make it good. Like, it took, like this is what, version 4 or something now? Since I moved here? Like, the camera angle has changed a good number of times, but... yeah, you know. You can't see it? I mean, that's the idea, right? You know, if you can see the green screen, I've set it up wrong, right? Like, you know, if you could see the wall, that's kind of missing the... Or that's also kind of... what you're aiming to not have. Whoa, hello. Darius, that's the first notification of money of the day, and it's a 10-pack. Darius is claiming their place on the top of the throne. And also, that's 1,000 total gift subs. That's crazy, man. Like, absolutely crazy. You now have, like, a crazy psychedelic gift sub badge. What a mad lad. I would say post a round of beers, but Chad already got this. Dadrick, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. Appreciate you, man. Just gonna make sure that the... It's one that I haven't seen many times in this chat. I think there's like 3 of you now. Maybe 4? There might be a 4th. But I think the 4th has also been gone for a long time. So, thank you for that. I've still got a ways to go before we hit the daily minimum, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Regardless, though, appreciate you greatly. But yeah, the YouTube stream should be up and running now. Yes, it is. So I'll just let that do its thing, and we'll let people show up for a little bit, and then we'll get started proper. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's the one like kind of folly about being crowdfunded is every now and again I just kind of feel guilty's the wrong word, but it's the only one that's coming to brain or coming to my mind right now. But I don't know. I ask so much from you guys, and all I do is sit here and play video games. You've been watching VODs for a while and you just want to pop in and say hi. Thanks for the content. Well, cheers. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for $2. That's almost a hype train. Needs one more Prime sub. Or resub. Or $1 in bits from somebody. Back to streaking. Yeah, you gotta streak through chat. Just gotta take those clothes off and run.
Grundick cheered. X200. Hiya at Blinderl. I've been watching your VODs for a while, and popped in to say hi. Thanks for your content. Also, hi chat.
Appreciate you, mate. Hey, chat. If you didn't do it yesterday, could you go leave a like on this video today? If you haven't yet, you know. Also, thanks for the $5. Grumpy in the YouTube chat. The first thing said in the YouTube chat today was a super chat from Grumpy. Who's it? Senex Eratis. Which I'm definitely not pronouncing correctly. Kind of cool. I rewatched it last night. And I'm a little bit upset. Well, or got a little upset while rewatching it. At some point during rendering, the audio got, like, crushed in a few places, and it kind of bothers me. Which I don't feel brilliant about, but... I'm not forcing us, don't feel guilty. I don't know. It comes and goes periodically. Moving my camera around, put it in front of part of my screen. That won't do. That's better. Grumpy old man. I mean, I'm just saying I'm pronouncing it wrong. Grumpy. So many streamers just ignore it. I mean, it's just a sign that I'm old, really. Like, that used to be the way of streaming. Like, ask anybody who's watched streams or been around Twitch for, like... I remember there was a thing that Total Biscuit said that really pissed me off. Which was, you are a terrible streamer if you can't engage an audience without interacting with the audience. If you can engage an audience without interacting, you are good at your job. Because his, like, analogy or analog, I guess, was directly comparing streaming to radio. To me, it's like stand-up comedy, you know? You have to acknowledge the audience. You have to talk to the audience and poke fun at, or also at the same time interact with. Like, the reason it kind of pissed me off is, like, on one hand, I completely see his point, and I don't think he's wrong. Like, I've always been of the impression, like, if you can't stream to nobody and entertain yourself, you'll never be good at streaming. But to me, it's like, entertain yourself. More so than that. He was a shoutcaster? No, totally. I mean, like, he definitely, like, was a podcaster and was a shoutcaster, so he did commentary for competitive matches, which, yeah, sometimes they do Q&A in between matches, but that's not the point of it, right? He also did podcasting, which also makes, because podcasts rarely interact with an audience, outside of maybe, like, emails or a Q&A section or something. But I don't know, I talked to nobody for, like, a year. So. I mean, to me, that's just like a stream. Like, nothing makes me sadder than going into, like, some random channel or rating somebody and the streamer not even noticing. Which is bad, because, like, I've done that before where somebody's rated me and I haven't noticed, but that's just because I don't have alerts. Hammer Dragon, thank you very much for 12 months, by the way. Appreciate you. I mean, you could just say it's not easy to stream, regardless of how you stream. It's harder than it looks. Dave in YouTube chat says, Twitch is blocked at work, but they can't stop me from watching this on YouTube, though. I have a genuine question. I've never understood this double standard of jobs blocking Twitch, but, like, not YouTube. Yeah, and then there's, like, people like Hassan, who has, like, 50,000 viewers and picks random things out of chat to respond to still, you know? Like, I don't know, like, even people who get, like, ridiculously high view counts still pick things out of chat to respond to sometimes. They just can't respond to everybody. Sounds like an IT workplace. Yeah, oh, probably. I just find that funny. Cause like I know people who like work in places that are not IT and decidedly not in tech or anything where you need YouTube as any kind of resource. Yet at the same time they're like, yeah, no, YouTube's fine, but Twitch is not. It's like, I don't get that. No, I mean totally. It's like people need ChatGPT to do their job these days. What? I mean, Forzen chat is mostly just memes, right? Like, there's a lot of those chats that are mostly just, like, either large-scale copy pastas or just, like, select... It's basically like you're responding in hieroglyphics to the streamer. The streamer is just, like, says something, and then chat's just, like, repost 15 memes he doesn't know with, like, various different emojis or emotes to indicate specific... feels. It's ridiculous. It's completely context dependent. It depends on the context of whether or not you actually have a good personality. Oh, we're talking about this again. Some content is fast paced and depending and you would expect the streamer to concentrate. Oh no, totally. Like I'm never going to expect somebody who's playing like a competitive ranked matches in an online game to like read chat during matches, right? But like I used to watch a lot of League of Legends. And there were some people who, like, during the matches would never say a word to chat, play the game, finish the game, and then in between they would just stare at chat. And then there were some people who would just get up and leave in between matches. And then there was Odd One who would just be, like, talking to chat while playing. So I don't know. And now he streams Fire Emblem and shit. Yeah, no, totally. I guess it just, one, I've never worked in a job where I've needed to go onto the internet and look up a tutorial on YouTube to do my job. I've never done that, so that says a lot about the jobs I've worked, I guess. And then there's... I don't know, the jobs that I did work where I needed to, like, read instructions for things had instructions at the workplace. You know, like, I worked in a factory, and they had, like every single job on every assembly line had just, like, here is a pamphlet that we've prepared with photos and instructions on how to do the task that you have to do for the next 8 hours. It really depends on what he's playing, though. Like, if it's a song Chainbrain knows, like, he'll just, like, be looking at chat while, like, yeah, because he just has a song memorized. Because it's just a power metal song that he's played 1,000 times. He's like, just, like, getting 98%, just, like, reading chat. It's like, yeah, I mean, come on. If you have a song memorized, yeah, of course. I do randomly have to teach someone how to do something on a device they have in hand. At the end of the day, I think when it comes to this subject of me like not fully understanding why workplaces have YouTube unblocked, but they have Twitch blocked, just is kind of me being out of touch. Really? That's all it is, I guess. Because like, the last real job I had was night shift cleaning a McDonald's. And before that was like assembly line work, and I worked in a gas station. Like I've never really worked in any job where I would need to learn things except for like stuff I already know, like basic math. So yeah. No, but I did once have to teach somebody how to use a mop. I also had to teach somebody how to sweep because he was holding it like this. He was trying to do like this. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Hopefully no plunger lessons. No, well, you don't want to... There was one time I walked into the women's washroom and there was a fish head in the toilet. Hello, Ryan. You did, in fact, catch a live stream. Congrats. I haven't done a community fort review in over 2 years, and I've talked many times about how I'm never bringing that show back. And I didn't like doing it at the time, so I'm not planning to do any more of those, and I have zero interest in doing more of those. At least it feels like over 2 years. It may have been like a year and a half now. But no, I have zero intent of ever doing that again. A fish head, yes. Okay, so like, in that guy's defense, I don't know what kind of computer it was, Grumpy. There was one time somebody handed me a laptop and I couldn't find the power button. Like, I was just like looking, I was like, how the fuck do you turn this thing on? And there was like a touch sensitive button on the side by the like thing where you flip the screen up and down, like on the inside. And it kind of looked like a fingerprint scanner, but it was the on off switch. I've like never seen that before or since. So I that sort of happened to me once, but that was just a well-hit button. Anyway, no, somebody like cut a fish head out of a fish, off of a fish, with most of the guts. So like cleaned a fish, and they just like stuck it into the toilet with only the head poking out. So I just walked in there and I was just like, I can't remember who, I think it was Angie who was my manager at the time. I was like, Angie, come in here. And she's like, what? I'm just like, no, just come into the women's washroom. I need to see something. She goes, oh God, what is it? And she comes in and she's just like, bursts out laughing and walked back out the door. I'm like, God damn it. Happy day. It's just another day. How you doing, DS? Oh, you know what I taught a coworker once at my last job? She comes in, like, I was just packing up she was the opening manager, and I hated her. I hated her guts. I wanted her to just vanish out of existence. And, I was packing up my stuff and getting ready to leave because my shift was over. And she goes, Greg, I need your help with something. I goes, what? She goes, come into the office. I'm like, uh-oh, am I in trouble? And she goes, no. I'm like, okay, I don't believe you, but okay. And then I walked into the office, and she goes, how do I make it go away? And she's pointing at the screen, like the computer screen. I was like, what do you mean? And I'm like, you turn it off? And she goes, no, how do I make it go away? And I realized she was talking about the password field, because something had been placed on the keyboard, and it punched a bunch of random characters into the password. She knew how to type in the password and press enter. Yeah. Didn't know what a backspace was. Just pushed the button. She was also like late 50s. Just 2 more days until a long weekend. Hell yeah. Then to Manhattan for work next week. Ooh, you gonna be able to tune in, or are you just gonna vanish? Because on the 9th, next week, actually, literally 7 days from right now, Tarn Adams is gonna be on stream. Talking about Siege stuff. I think it depends on where you work, Rodriger. I mean, I didn't get yesterday off, but I did get to listen to the fireworks until midnight, both nights, because like the last day of last month, last day of July into the 1st, they do a midnight thing where they set up a bunch of fireworks, and then it started at 10 and it went for about 30 minutes. And then it stopped, and then it started again at 10:30, and it went for about 30 minutes, and then it stopped. Sorry, it started again at 11:30, then went for about 30 minutes and stopped. So, before COVID, you were a teacher. Those days, many students. These days, many students are highly proficient with smartphones, but lack computer literacy. The curriculum often assumes certain fundamental skills, and now they need to be explicitly taught. I would say it's a. I wonder if that's more like just a parenting thing. Because, like, not as many... Okay, so I'm just a naive weirdo. When I bought this apartment, I toured it twice before... Well, I came in once to look at it, right? And then a second time to do an inspection. Look for pests, look for mold, look for all that kind of stuff. Problems with the unit. And, something dawned on me after that second time. It's like, there's no computer. in this house. Like, none whatsoever. Do people own computers? Or am I a weirdo who owns a computer? Because I've been wondering about this for a while. It's like, unless you work from home, do people own computers? Because I don't go over to anybody's house, ever. I'm just kind of a recluse in many ways. But I know that, like, I'm preaching to, like, an audience of people who probably own computers because you're watching Twitch or YouTube about a game what you play on a computer. Most people you know have them. Your parents have a laptop. People seem to own laptops. Sure, I count a laptop as a computer. In late elementary school? Oh yeah, no. I mean, I remember going to sleep to the sound of my dad typing on a typewriter, Grumpy. Vekaru says more people are going the smartphone route. I was kind of presuming that people were going like the tablet route more so than anything. Is stupid a question? Romanoid Tron? You know, one guy with a gaming PC and everyone else has a work laptop or nothing. Yeah, because like I'm really... I mean, technically, I guess at this point everything's a computer, right? Like everybody owns... Most people own a phone or a tablet or something that could be counted as a computer. Just something to, you know, check your email on. Keep having people die in your fortress left to right. Do you think it's a vampire? Does it say that they're completely drained of blood? If the answer is no, they're not a vampire. If it just says they were found dead, then it's something else causing the deaths. But if it says they were found dead, completely drained of blood, it could be a vampire. Or it could be infections. Do you have a hospital? Were you attacked by a creature with deadly dust? If you were attacked by a creature with deadly dust, it could have gotten deadly dust everywhere that causes them to die of some way or another. Sup, Edwin Fox? I mean, I'm working on a pretty big, well, I'm not really making a Magma mega project. I'm getting rid of Magma. Just waiting for this ad to end and we'll dive in. Are addicted to their iPads? It makes you feel ancient. I've had to, like, forcibly unaddict myself from my phone. You know, back in my day, I sound old. Growing up, I had it hammered into my brain that TV bad, don't get addicted to the TV. Getting addicted to the TV is bad for you. Just found dead? Yeah, then I don't know. You'd have to, like, piece together what the cause is then, Brayden. I know some ways you could cheat, and it'll just tell you, potentially. But I couldn't tell you without looking at your fort. But it's not a vampire if it just says found dead. Zori, it's good to see you, man. I don't think people... Okay. I don't think people getting addicted to VR is a real thing. Of course, there's probably some people who are, but it's such a small community of people that people are barely even making software for it anymore, and the 11 people that bought a Apple Vision Pro don't count. So I don't really consider that a going concern. But I don't know. I've had it programmed into my brain throughout my entire life to, like, not stare at screens all day. And I realize I do it for my job, so I'm kind of a hypocrite. But as a kid especially, right? Like, I was allowed 1 hour of computer a day, and that took a while to get. For a long time, it was 1 hour of computer on the weekend or a movie was what I was allowed on the weekend. Not on the weekdays, only on the weekend. And I guess, like, I realized that I had a pretty strict growing up period as a kid. Didn't stop me from playing Game Boy all night under my blankets, but, like, I was also allowed to play my Game Boy in the car. If we were driving somewhere, I was allowed to play it on my Game Boy. But, like, until I was, like, a teenager, I didn't really have any kind of unfettered access to screens. And then, as a teenager, even then, it was still, like, pretty limited because I was just never used to spending that much time on it. Like, until I was, like, 16, 17, I never really had a point where I just started staring at screens all day. When I was in, like, my mid-teens, I started getting away with it more. I got better at it. And then, like, later teens, I stared at screens a lot. But it's just kind of wild to me hearing, like, about little... Because I hear about it, like, all the time now of just, like, little kids that just stare at the iPad all day. Like, that just seems like incredibly irresponsible parenting to me. Like, horrendously irresponsible parenting. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of get it when, like, kids go to school and it becomes a peer pressure thing where, like, your entire social life is connected on to whether or not you have an Instagram account, which fucking sucks, but also I still think that's just bad parenting. Like, it's terrifying to me. Like, one of my biggest fears doing this for a living is that I'm contributing to people's, like, doom scrolling, basically. Like, contributing negatively to a negative part of people's lives. Well, I mean, that's the same attitude as, like, this kid annoys me, put them in front of the TV, you know? Like, that was, like, the equivalent when I was young. Was just like, this kid is annoying, let them watch TV. And every now and again, I would meet a kid like that growing up, and I remember thinking that was weird as a kid, that parents let them do that. No, totally. And, like, the kid is usually or often better at using the device than the adult because kids are smart, right? They call them a TV program. Sorry, I'm just adjusting a cable strap on this. It came off. Come on, you. Huzzah. There we go. No screen before 3? Mate. No screen before, like, you have to get one because you're in school and your friend and their friends have a screen. You know, like, I've talked about this before, but I didn't have a phone until I could afford one. Until I had a job and had a credit card. Well, had a job with consistent enough, like, payments on it that my mom trusted me to put a credit card number into my phone so I could have a phone. Like, I had my first phone when I had a full-time job. And once again, I'm the weirdo, and I get that. But it is just crazy to me, the way a lot of people treat that stuff. There we go. Now my behind the scenes recording is running. I don't know why that wasn't capturing. And I'm gonna go over here and type in this. Twitch chat! Thank you everybody for tuning in today. YouTube chat, same to you. Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi YouTube. Or hi VOD. I haven't asked you guys to do that a lot recently, but I'm gonna do that today. Yesterday, I uploaded a YouTube video. And if you haven't, I'm gonna ask you guys to do me a huge favor. If you could go to that video and leave a like on it, and or, you know, just let it run in the background and increase that watch time, I'd very much appreciate you. I'm kind of in that critical point where it's slowed down a lot, but it's still going. And I'd like that video to maybe keep going for another day or two, because it would be really nice if it keeps getting recommended by the YouTube machine. Next week, at the same time as right now, Tarn Adams will be joining me on stream. I will be putting out a post probably on Friday or Saturday on the YouTube channel asking people to submit questions. We're going to be talking about the Siege update and the recent ranged rework. Primarily, I've started forming my questions together already. I will work on those some more tonight, probably. But if you would like to participate in a community Q&A format, you can do that. because they wanted to be able to reach you. For clarity, I had a pay-as-you-go flip phone for emergencies, but I'm not really counting that as a phone. Like, that is a one-use device. But for today, we're diving back into the mythical realms of skull ponders. And I just have to say, to the people who keep telling me to try Quasimorph on the comments of that video, I have. I don't like it. No, I'm not going to like it because you're the umptillionth person to recommend it. I don't like the structure of that game, and unless they remove all of the structure and change the structure, I'm not going to like that game. I don't care how many times they rebalance the structure. It's the fundamental structure of that game I don't like. All right. Sorry, I had to voice that out loud because I saw another one. All right, so I need to upgrade a temple. Who needs a tour, chat? The named dwarves in the fort are Necrontyr, Lanix, Jeff, Bonesaw, Hippo. I have to scroll for a bit to the next one. Hanyak, who they said I butchered the name of, and that's fine. Hammerface, Laya, Payne, Mother, Trent Resner, Mr. Boxalot, what kind of dwarf would you like, Zwari? You know the rules. Gutvile, the Grand Moff Solon, Brian, Adam Zucci, Killed with Style, Zalvi, Vizor, Triple A, Stormwolf, Triple A the Vampire, of course, Dr. House, Merlin Buff, Grumpy Old Man, Dave Danger the Warlock, RXN Dumb, Cilantro, who's a Marks Dwarf but also a chef, and Storm Pup, Romanoid, and Drew. Did you just redeem a thing? No, you didn't, Judosi. Zwari redeemed the thing. Male military. Melee or ranged? So good, Judosi. Melee. You want to be in one of the not-so-effective military. Gotcha. We don't have any metal for melee weapons in this fort, and I'm not using Goblinite, so you're using leather, wood, and obsidian short swords. So good luck! Although the death count hasn't been that bad. They mostly just dodge and distract. Although I'm not sure if this dwarf has a weapon. No, this dwarf has an artifact weapon made of gold. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He's greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he's slow to anger. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he is quite ambitious. He tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He is very humble and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Rarely feels discouraged and does not often feel lustful. He has great trouble mastering. He's trouble speaking when he's excited, and when he's nervous, he sometimes cracks his knuckles. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally sees the pursuit of good craftsdwarfship as a total waste. Doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. Doesn't care about nature one way or another. And does not particularly value the truth. He likes aluminum and platinum and fire opal. Do you like expensive things? Apricot wood, monitor lizard bone, moon snail shell, rammy fabric, and the color auburn. Helms and querns and anvils and the sound of the velvety incenses. When possible, he prefers consume giant rat, not mini rat, just giant rat, and char and artichoke wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Ikast is the deity that he worships, and he's a member of the Coven of Saving. Okay, hold on. I'm actually not sure what that god is. Let me check. Oh, that's the safe, right? The god of fortresses? Yeah, it is the god of fortresses. So you worship the god of fortresses. And, we already did that. You only have one friend who's Bombwreck, who's a weaponsmith. Of course, you're a member of the Farmers Guild, the Guild of Fog, and you're 89 years old. As far as kills go, you don't have any, but you have a gold short sword, which all craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval slate cabochons and studded with gold and encircled with bands of sheep's wool, alpaca wool, and on the item is an image of point-cut gems of red spinel. And Grumpy, thanks for gifting a sub to Zvari. Welcome back for how many months is that? 14 months. You done diddly did it. And thanks for the gift, Grumpy. 'Tis now time to unpause, but should probably actually repause. So let's start at the top and work our way down quickly. Up at the top, we have a vampire who's stuck up here and lives here. He hates himself. He hates his life and hates the place he lives. I'm working on the process of, like, getting rid of the stairs up and down to his place so that we could, you know, access this sort of without that. Anyway, we're trying to remove those stairs. Down below here, we have to get rid of this. Yes. Down below here, we have Guild Hall number 1. We got library. We've got Guild Hall, or I think this is a Guild Hall. No, this is our tavern, other tavern, offices, more, temple, bunch of coffins. Don't mind those. And another Guild Hall that I never finished because I'm lazy. And then we have the main layer, which is farming and food mostly, as well as some housing and some crafting. More housing. There's other like housing and stuff in these walls, as well as barracks and a bunch of gravestones. I need to check if I have any more to place. I do. Up here, we have kind of the upper battlements, which I don't really use for anything of note. Down here, we have chickens and some seeds and more food and some farming stuff and more livestock. I should probably move more livestock over there. And then let's move down a little bit. We have more bedrooms, amongst other things. We got another temple, I think. And then some water reservoir for our well. And then the were creatures live in here. This is my manager's office so they can speak with the were creatures. They hate their lives and are constantly starving and dying of thirst. It sucks to be them, mostly. Over here we have tree farming, which used to be a water reservoir. And then that's just a bunch of crap that I don't know where else to put it. This is my garbage disposal, and for some reason now there's barrels and bins in it again, and I need to remove those. Down here, a little further down, we've got coffins and such. I've also got this big open hole because I found this tube going all the way down to the lava sea, and I decided, why don't we dig through it and drain it? Which I did. So now I have a stairwell going all the way down through it, which connects with several of the cavern layers on the way down and up, which have levers connected to them so I can close them. And they go all the way down. And then here, this is the Magma Sea. Well, it was. I keep on draining it and then filling it up with liquids, and then now I'm digging it out. Wouldn't the vamp be needing a what now? Neezer? Mass Brass, hello, good morning. Coolest property on the market. Oh no, definitely. I can tell you which is the worst house in the fort. There's a dwarf up here who drowned, which is very unfortunate, but we'll get to them eventually. I don't actually think they have access to it right now, which is also kind of unfortunate. I should go down here and then go up and then up so they can access it. But one of the main things that we need to do today is I need to fix this. Because this drains into here and is what I've been using to seal off the lava. But down in here, here, and here need to be sealed off again so that I can drain out another level of lava. That is one of the main plans for today, is I need to seal off this over here, and these areas, but more like one layer down. This right here could be removed. I could get rid of this lava by channeling through here, which I should probably do, actually. This can't, and, well, that's just going to lead to nowhere, so. Tubes and volcanoes were exploding on retire and reclaim. Not always, just sometimes. Now they're draining on retire and reclaim. No. No. So, the tubes could always be drained. I actually went back and checked. Volcanoes can't be drained. They will refill. You can try, but you have to be very cautious. Or have a lot of pumps. The lava sea is refilling. And they weren't really exploding. They were just kind of bubbling over. Not really exploding. Exploding is a bit more violent of a description, but not an inaccurate description. It's just... It wasn't that violent, I guess. How much of the lava sea do we have left? I'm not going to drain the whole thing. I'm just kind of going for, like, this chunk of it right here. There's still, like, this whole other half over here. Like, if I go down a little further... there's all of this, which I haven't even looked at. So I'm just going for this half over here. What is the purpose of anything? Really? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox to do things because you can, with no strict goals. So this is just something I want to do. But if you want to ask what the purpose is, it's so that I have very easy sideways access to the edge of these, and I can chisel my way into them, because this goes pretty far down. I mean, this goes down to like layer 100, so there's like another 40 layers of stuff. So we've got a long way to go, really. But it's mostly just a because I can thing. The way the bug worked previously is basically it would just reassign the layer that the lava was supposed to fill to when you re-embarked, because the game didn't save that. So it just guessed. It was basically just like a bad loading thing. All right, so they need a temple complex and a high priest in the Copper Coven, which is this one, the first one I selected. Which doesn't quite have a temple complex, but it does have the ability to assign a priest. So no, not sniper. I need somebody with a name who's not in the military. So not Hammerface and not sniper. Maybe Snail is now the sacred gold of this faction. And it only needs an additional, like, 5,000 value. Do I have statues right now? I should. I do. Oh, that was a camel. That's supposed to go into this by audience request. But down here, what can I do? Let's see. Don't have anything of super high value. Do I have tables? No. Could throw a native silver bookcase in here. Let's just make some gold stuff. Let's just queue up gold statue. Let's make 80 gold statues. Let's also go gold door. 40. Let's also say gold chest. I have like 1,000 gold bars sitting around, so I got gold to burn. I wanted to share you a funny thing you encountered on your last adventure. You ventured into a vault and got your hands on some divine metals, and apparently the angels were creatures composed of steam, so they all died in one hit. I had that, but with glass once, and, like, the sword that I had was pretty sharp because it was steel, and I just, like, they more or less just disintegrated on touch. Also, thank you for Furitum in the YouTube chat. Glad you liked the build. But yeah, today I have to be a little bit more timely, I guess, with my start and end time, because my aunt and uncle are visiting in the evenings, so I'm a little bit more limited on what I can do today. But such is the way of things. Can I get you to go remove that? You should do that, unless someone's going to come from underneath. Maybe someone's going to come from underneath. Oh, kitty cat up here. Fragile Angels sounds like my new, like, Midwest emo band. What are you doing up here? Oh. Also, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this. And I'm going to remove all this. Wait for you to go in there. Eventually. Please go in there. Please go in there. Vampire McGee. Please go in there. Eventually. And then over here, I will just go here up to there. Because that, just rebuilding this, will do it. BC Hydro is doing something outside, so if you guys hear tools, let me know and I'll close the window. Otherwise, I'm leaving it open because it is going to be warm again today. Let's just do this. Finish this up. Which would low-key be... I don't think you can drink that, actually, Ekwu. Like, I don't think dwarves can drink pools of water left by creatures. I think they just go, that's disgusting. Similarly, like I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the result is the same as if you, Yeah, that seems like it's picking up on my mic. Hold on. They are cutting through concrete with a saw. That's very loud. I don't even know if you guys can hear it, but I don't want to listen to it, so. Instead of shooting through the fortifications, do they have ammo equipped? Peaches? Like, if you select one and go here, do they have ammo? Okay, that's my first idea. Let me just work backwards from here. If you click on this, I'm assuming this is all green, yeah? Okay, click on this. Are they set for combat and training? Combat or just training? If you carve out water on an embarked map, does it go to adjacent map tiles? No, because you can't really do that. Like, the game doesn't process that much. Let me specify the problem you do. Like, because the only way I can answer a problem like this is by working backwards to try and figure out what the solution could be. Also, I'm just gonna do this. I'm getting some weird hitches that are worse than normal. What's up, Potpourri? Been busy with work and life. Summer. 'Tis the season. But only get maybe 2 of them and then they will wander away. You have to keep replacing the stance order to get them to fiddle around the room to see what the creature is in question. I think I would need to see this in practice. How far away is the creature? Silly dwarf. We'll just let you go attend your meeting. And see how you get out of here. Or don't. So having your next world chain, you will increase the number of demon types in your current worlds. The next 7 years, the Golem Master demons are dead to random humans. I mean, yeah, that's a thing you could do. Well, there we go. He literally just jumped that and ate somebody. That's kind of amazing, getting to see that, actually. Fucking vampires, man. Now he's off to go report his own crime. You're not very good at this being a criminal thing, Mr. Vampire. Hold on, it sounds like something just fell over in my bathroom. Not in my bathroom, in my kitchen, but I realize I sit down exactly when the ad break starts. Shit. Oh. Hey, so to those of you who aren't in an ad right now, I'm presuming Peaches is in an ad. Do you think it's because they're not currently using a station order? Because if they're running away, then they're considered civilians. Right? Yeah, but dropping ice into normal water is different than creatures turning into water, though. Hush Pool in YouTube chat. Military dwarves don't run away from enemies unless they're just set to ready. Or train. If they're set to training, or if you... Peaches, are you in an ad? Just say yes or no, because there is an ad thingy at the top of my screen, so I can't tell if you're in an ad or not. Okay, so dwarves will run away if they're set to off-duty. They'll run away if they're set to monthly orders. They'll run away if they're set to training, and they'll run away if they're set to no orders. Usually, right? So if you have just these set, they will usually run away. If you have this turned on, they will fight back, generally. Unless they're trying to get ammunition, in which case they'll try and go get more ammo. If you tell them to defend a particular burrow, then they will defend that particular burrow. I almost never use that command. If they are in a patrol, they will fight when they run into things on that patrol. If they're set to station somewhere like that, then they will defend where you've told them to station. If you tell them to kill a thing, they will kill that one thing, and then they will leave. If you click and drag and tell them to kill multiple things, they'll try and kill those multiple things, and then they'll run away. So what attack are you using? This is not mods. I guarantee you this is not mods. So don't worry about mods, for one thing. This sounds like normal dwarven behavior to me. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what they're trying to do to make them attack. Because the way it sounds to me is that you're trying to tell them to fight a thing when they physically can't because of previous orders. That's my assumption. I could be wrong, but that's what that's the assumption I'm working with here. But I highly doubt it's mods. And I guarantee you it's not another slow-mo incident. Everything has been, like, assuming you're on the current up-to-date patch, everything is working as it should. And mods aren't going to change that. Graphic stuff isn't going to change anything. Nerve healing also wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't use that mod personally, but that's not going to change how their behaviors are. So you say an attack. Are you clicking this button and saying attack one dude? Don't use that. Tell them to station somewhere. Like, grab a squad, tell them to station. Do that. And then they'll just keep fighting. Because the second the thing that they fight, that you've told them to fight, gets out of their line of sight, they'll run away. Or if, as soon as that thing is dead, they'll run away. Because you've only told them to kill one thing. If that's what you're doing. Don't use ballistas. Is my other statement. Just don't. If we're having this discussion, don't use ballistas at all, period. Because ballistas are fucked and not designed for the current game. Wait until Tarn remakes them and whenever he does that in the next couple months. Just don't use ballistas. just don't use them. Just don't use them. Wait until they're remade. Because they are designed for a two-dimensional game, it's a three-dimensional game, and they're designed for an older version of the game when stress was completely different and didn't exist in its current format. Just don't use them. Unless you want to kill your own dwarves, mostly. They're good for knocking down trees. Yeah, but they're talking about defense, not knocking down trees. You have stations, okay. Dwarves ordered to ready, okay. To get their gear, and they will set their stance orders while leaving them in ready. So when you say stance orders, you have them set to ready, as it says here, and then you tell them to station. I don't know what a stance order is. You say station? Or are you telling them to patrol? This is a yes or no question. Okay. They shouldn't run away unless they're out of ammo. If they're out of ammo, they will then go try and get more ammo. So if they're going there with no ammo, or no ammo of the right type. So if you have them set to, say, use wooden bolts for, training, and bone bolts for training, and metal bolts for combat, when they run out of metal bolts, they will run away. Because they're not allowed to use those for combat. 1088. And this fort is 18 years old. So that's the reason why they would run away. Outside of that, I don't know. Maybe they're just absolutely terrified in the face of imminent danger, which is possible. I've seen soldiers run away in cases where they are scared. But dwarven behavior is not like immediately decipherable. I guarantee you this isn't a bug, though. This does sound like normal dwarven behavior to me. Yes. Yes, it does. It actually used to not, Maka, and then Tarn changed it so it does. Which I think is really funny. Age of Myths, I think it's been in the Age of Legends for a very long time in this world. It was like last year that it changed. Anyway, I got a vampire I'm trying to deal with. So, yeah, at this point, I couldn't tell you directly without seeing it. My best advice to you is to simply let them train longer. Make sure that under all circumstances they have the right stuff equipped. And work from there. That is what everybody has been complaining about for the last 10 years, Grumpy. Removed? No. Fixed. This is what people wanted, so that's what Tarn did. That is literally the whole point of the update that just released for Mark's Dwarves, dude. Grumpy. Sorry, I'm being grumpy at Grumpy, but come on, Grumpy. Get with the program, man. Going for this dwarf. Time to micromanage a vampire until it gets arrested. Wrestles him up, handcuffs him, drags him away. Wait, hold on a second. Have you played since the update, Peach? Because if you haven't, this entire conversation is void. I would have a completely different answer for you like 2 weeks ago. If you haven't played since the update. You can name you can name a dwarf, you could name a statue, you can name a door, you can name whatever. Within reason, Equ. Ammo goes so fast, slow your time down. It's like, a day in Dwarf Fortress is about 45 seconds if you're running at 60 frames a second. So, yeah, sure, they look like that, but time is weird. Okay, so if you haven't played since the update released last week, none of this conversation matters, Peaches. I should have asked that at the start, if that's the case. Because in order to get them to shoot bolts before, they had to be pressed up against fortifications. There's no reason for them to do that previously, and they wouldn't. The only way to get them to do that was to put them in a one-wide hallway. If they weren't in a one-wide hallway, they wouldn't shoot through. Now they hug fortifications. So this entire discussion is pointless. Grumpiest dwarf with a beard, please. Okay. You're going to die. Feb, the noseless, is Equ. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and has a low sense of self-esteem. He could be considered rude and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has an active sense of humor, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to think before acting. He is quite ambitious. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I don't think that's true, DS, but I respect the enthusiasm and the passion and dedication to your strange argument. He personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and believes peace is preferable to war. But yeah, if you haven't used your Marks dwarves since you came back, then none of this conversation matters because they behave completely differently now. Kadranos, thank you very much for the 21st month. Welcome back. With that Prime, my friend. I use Defend Burrows sometimes for caverns, but I don't really use it much outside of that. Unless there's like a serious emergency happening. He likes horn silver and black diamond and rope reed fabric, as well as the color burnt sienna and thrones and enormous corkscrews and alpacas for their long necks. The sight of untamed wilds, I'll use them. Alpacas for their long necks and the sight of the velvet meadows of impossible prefers to consume reindeer, radish wine, and acada seeds, and hates snails. His broad ears have great swinging lobes, and his long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are neatly combed, and his long beard is tied in a ponytail. His aquamarine eyes are slightly rounded, his hair is raw umber, and his skin is dark peach. His eyelashes are somewhat long. You worship Avuz, and you're a member of the Copper Faith, which... Metals and fire is your god. And, where'd you go? There you are. Your nose is gone, which we know. You have no kills, you're carrying a platinum goblet, and you have no friends. Welcome to the fort. And no nose. Yes, we all knows. When did this problem happen? Was it before or after the patch? Okay, so it was after the patch. I have absolutely zero idea then. I give up. You need to provide either like you said, either a recording or screenshots exactly of what's happening, because I have not experienced that at all. They line up and they shoot. The only thing I could think is that they're out of range and they're trying to get in range, but you also haven't specified how close they are. If they're more than 30 tiles away, they have to most likely walk around, and I give up. I've tried my best, but there's only so much I can do. I will say this. I try and do this myself because I've made this mistake in the past as well. When it comes to Dwarf Fortress, presume misunderstanding instead of bugs. If everything is a bug, then we don't have a game anymore. The worst thing in the Dwarf Fortress community that drives me fucking bonkers, and this actually goes with most games, actually. Most complicated games. If everything is a bug, then what's the point? Try and figure out a solution to the problem. The second people start saying it's like, oh, is this another bug or is this another situation? It's like, no. Most of the time it's not. Don't pre-presume bug. It's probably just a wonkily built mechanic. And if it's bad, okay, let's complain about that and get it fixed. But if they just take all of the character and weirdness out of the game, it stops being the game at a point, and I don't want that. Yeah, it was fixed 4 hours later. Hodrer, thank you very much for the 2nd month with Prime. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a couple beers for that? Neezer was the only person to post a beer. You can help. Yeah, it was also, like I said, fixed 4 hours later. There's already patch notes up for it and whatnot, so. But no, dwarves running away from combat is the most normal dwarf behavior. So this vampire just ate 2 people and is now locked up here. I need a way for the mayor to converse with both the vampires and the were-creatures. The were-creatures live here. I need a spot for the vampire as well. I may need to just, like, lock them, like, right here or something. It's kind of a pain. I don't like this very much. But let's just finish up this temple real quick. It's gonna be right here. But yeah, I tend to use Defend Burrow in specific situations. I don't know why I don't use it more. Might just be habit. You know, this is actually one of the first times I'm just like starting to get annoyed with a little bit of things in this fort. So I'm going to run a few fix tasks because I would like to see if I can deal with the stuttering that this fort is having. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make an additional burrow. This one I'm actually going to name. going to start right here. Actually, I know what I could do with the vampires. It's going to start right here and go to about here. This area is going to be expanded to up about there. And then I'm going to go down to here. That's going to be the whole map, all the way down. We're just going to call this in fort. And assign everybody to it except for the vampires. Vampires are going to stay in this area. Except I'm going to leave this checked so that they can leave. This one's going to be called fights. This one is hide. And that one's vampires. Okay, another thing. If you're above ground, so I'll use this visual example here. So these are where my marks dwarves shoot from, right? If an enemy is like right here or even here and the dwarf is here, they can't see them. And if they're here, they can't see them. Because like there is a wall with a hole in it and they can't look through the wall. If there was a hole in the ground here with a like grate on top of it, they could shoot down through that. But they can't shoot straight down. I should actually do that. I should put some grates in. I'll do that in corners. Maka, thank you for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. What, whether or not they can shoot straight down? That's something that took me way longer to figure out than I should admit. Also, if you're fighting with undead, specifically intelligent undead, and suddenly your dwarves appear on the other side of a grate, or on the other side of a fortification, or on the other side of a bars, no, they did not jump through it. Those undead probably just have force pull or force push, which can cause that to happen. They can like literally rip them through a wall. I've seen them do that. What do I have? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just do 12. Goblin cap grates will be fine. Of course they can. Regular person. Regular person in the YouTube chat asks if they can shoot up through grates as well. Just like fortifications. Absolutely they can. Down here they're training. Fort is still seizing. You know, I wonder. I'm just gonna do some exterminating. I'm just trying to fix the hitching that this fort has.
Dog.
Just want that hitching to go away. Normal lag is fine. It's the whole game stops for chunks of time. That's the problem. I heard up dog, and I was about to ask what's up with you, and then I looked over and saw that it said like hot dog, and I'm a little bit disappointed. But Thank you, J. Martin. For the 9th month with Prime. Welcome back. They can also do that with fortifications, Clem Hazard. I don't think so. If you connect a body of water to a body of water, fish will migrate into the new body of water. So if there's like fortifications or a grate or something letting the water through directly, they will just populate that area. They won't if you pump, in my experience, unless the water is connected to something. So if it's just like an aquifer on its own, it probably won't get any fish in it. At least I've never seen that. But if it's connected to something that has fish in it, fish will end up there eventually. So what I would do is connect it to the outside thing, and then they'll populate it. But if you connect like two water sources together, I don't know if they necessarily intermingle. Like, are you trying to get like cave fish and like, I don't know, trout in the same thing? I don't know if you can do that. Everything can fire. Okay, nothing can fire vertically straight up. I don't think fire spitters can either. Aren't they like horizontal only? Same with like web spitters. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it also depends on the ability they have, because there's like fireball, but there's also just like fire. Like, because dragons are kind of their own unique thing in how they shoot fire. They shoot out like a cloud of fire. More so than just like a fireball. But probably? I've never seen them do it. You also need to remember, I've seen like maybe 4 dragons in the last 5 years, and every single one of them I've caught and haven't fought. So my ideas of how to fight with dragons is maybe not the best, because I just catch them in a cage trap and go, yay, new pet. Also, this is another reason why I tell everybody to play some adventure mode, because you'll learn so much about how the combat works. Or like not even play adventure mode, just like go into enable arena mode in the settings, and then just play some arena and take control over a Marksdwarf and just like see what they can do. Like you'll learn so much about the game so quickly if you do that. With an arrow squad while you were massacring 4 caravans in your trade depot? You turned one into a pincushion with an arrow squad when you were massacring 4 caravans at your trade depot. What, like a dragon? Is that what you did? Let's try this. That shouldn't be the issue. And another thing I'm going to do, because I'm not really doing anything with them anymore, I'm going to deconstruct all of these. Because I really want to know what's causing that hitching, and I'm trying to solve it now. I've just kind of been hoping it'll go away for the last 2 streams, and today I'm going to try and solve it. Some time ago, and its breath can target a layer down from it, but then it spreads horizontally on that layer. Dragons are also do not equal normal fire spitters. I think we need to remember that. Like, dragons have a different fire breath than most fire spitters. Most fire spitters just shoot out a ball of fire that just goes like a normal projectile in a direction that then turns everything it touches into fire. Whereas dragons have like a wall of fire. Sometimes I've seen Forgotten Beasts that are made of fire do that. Wait, what? You're in the beta branch? Oh, I see. You haven't played since you were in the beta branch. It's like, what? You shouldn't be in the beta branch right now unless you're trying to do Lewis stuff. You're just giving yourself crashes that don't need to be there. But no, go play some adventure mode. That's your homework for the day. Go play some adventure mode as a Marksdwarf and just try and hunt some animals for a bit. Shoot some stuff. Okay, so this is so my were creatures can get some new hats. But I need to connect that to a lever. The metalsmith withdraws from society. Also, we're in an ad break again, so we'll pause. Yeah, and do it with a macro so that you throw them all at, like, a machine gun. Romanoid. That's why you give your Marksdwarves shields. I don't know. I don't agree that that's necessarily a bad idea. It's harder for them to shoot through grates than it is for your dwarves to shoot through grates. And also, as long as your dwarves have some shields, they'll be okay. This is why you train them in dodging. I don't know. I do that a lot, and I don't see the issue. But, you know. Anyway, instructions unclear. Finger stuck in keyboard. I don't know why I'm saying that now. All right, let's unpause because the ads are mostly done. Waiting for construction. I'm just gonna connect it to this drawbridge, close it, and then let my were creatures get some clothing. Let them get new hoods. Unless these are all like damaged, which should actually be a problem. Oh no, they're not. Most of them actually are quite nice. Poor were creatures. Game is still hitching. Nothing's been fixed. Another thing I could try. I'm just gonna put all of the birds in here. Need to figure out where those cave swallows are and get rid of them. And then over here. And then where are those cave swallows? They're in here. Just gonna send all these squads down here. This is the next thing I'm gonna do. I'm going to reclaim this cavern lair because I need to get to these. My metalsmith, Cybrick, has claimed a forge. Good luck, dwarf. Let's run off. He's gonna go claim something. We'll let the military get down into the cavern. But yeah, most of these are nicer quality hoods. And also wear fashion, their fashion. It's not good fashion, but it's fashion. Because this is my next suspicion. Okay, so they're all down here. Let's open this up. Because there's a definite possibility that things are trying to be claimed from out here. All right, who's ready to go reclaim some caverns, chat? Blancher's been found dead, reason dehydrated. That seems not good. Moving dwarves forward. It's my population caps causing the stuttering. What is my population cap right now? Number one, why would it do that? Because I've never heard of that before. But my population cap is 300. And 190 is not a high population, if that's what you're asking. So I guess to answer the question, this isn't a high population, so why would it cause stuttering? Cavern dwellers don't exist in the game anymore. So no, they haven't been fixed, but no, they removed them from the video game because they need to be fixed that badly. Okay, fair enough. But no, cavern dwellers have not been re-added, if that's what you're suggesting. Okay, let's open this. Okay, so this is on a layer quite a bit further down. Game's frozen again. Yeah, no, Tarn removed them from the game. This was a little bit ago that happened. It's maybe one of the best, like, decisions they've made, although I wish they just disabled them by default. So that if somebody is truly nuts, they could opt to enable them, but... Okay, I need to assign another priest to up here. Assign a high priest. First Gorge is now the high priest, and let's throw in Hippo the Woodcutter as an apprentice priest, the Sacred Gold. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into labor, I'm going to go to standing orders, and I'm going to allow them to... allow trap cleaning, allow trap rearming. During sieges. Then the other thing I'm going to say is, let's go here. Train all of these. Where's this cave croc? All the way the hell over there. A vile darkness forces has arrived us. Okay, well that's terrible timing. Because I have to get my dwarves back inside, like stat. And right now, we've got a bunch of dwarves running in to collect webs, which I can turn off. And then all these dwarves going inside the station, which is great. We've also got snatchers incoming. This won't be a huge siege, thankfully. It's a lot of snatchers, though. All right, chat, I need a Vile Force of Darkness. Wish us luck. Please and thank you. That's been most of this world, the non-goblin snatchers. The human snatchers. Oh, you're putting a book away. Sure. Doing all right, V, in the YouTube chat. Doing all right. Also just going to forbid all this so that you drop that cage trap and run away. And let's watch these Mark dwarves do their job. Or at the very least, attempt to do their job. Although I'm thinking, let's try this actually. Because I haven't tried this yet. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just get them to rotate. Except I'm going to call this top wall. Confirm. Well, they turned that initial goblin into a pincushion pretty effectively, and now they're continuing to just obliterate him. There goes the first one. Second one, or the second wave, is now bleeding pretty heavily as well. One of the dwarves did decide to jump the wall, which they're not supposed to do. Or something caused you to jump the wall. Unless you're already out here, which doesn't seem wise, but is still staying at a distance. I'm going to send the soldiers out. Oops, that was one layer too high. Mark's dwarves are still doing a very effective job, and the cleanup crew comes in. Fighting through. Even the lower dwarf down here is like in a martial trance and avoiding things. That must have been a dodge. This must have been what that was. They're now running beneath the wall and cleaning up the remainder. Put those grates up just in time. Yeah. And now the game's frozen, so I'm just waiting. You go into the task screen by hitting T, and then you just pause whatever jobs they are. And if you want them to like stop going to a stockpile, click that. That's how you cancel jobs. Once a burrow is enabled, burrows don't cancel jobs. And then these are just remaining dwarves that weren't in the inside. Well, I mean, that was very efficient. I'm pretty happy with that. But now we need to get back into the in-fort burrow. And I'm actually going to increase the size of the in-fort burrow to allow all of this. Let's claim back everything else from the outside. And I can unforbid this. Also going to go back down to here. This cavern there, right here. And claim all that. No, they don't need to follow the fort layout. They just go from point to point via whatever way they have to access it. Bolts flying everywhere? Oh, damn right. I throw it into a puddle of lava or put it on display. One of the two is what I do with things in a cage. I've been stationing the dwarves on either side, but the game's frozen again. I might just get them to patrol back and forth. Might be what I end up doing. Actually, I'm going to try something. Something I haven't tried yet. I'm going to turn off multi-threading. See if it still seizes. Because if it doesn't... Because that's one of the few things I haven't tried yet. And if that is the case, then that is actually kind of a big deal. Oh no! Carpenter was found dead, completely drained of blood. Vampires, I hate you. Please die. Alright, I'm just gonna put the 2 vampires into their own squad and lock them in there, probably. Actually, which one's in prison right now? It's probably killed with style, right? Yep. Definitely was you. Now imagine, because that was only 30 dwarves shooting arrows. Imagine I had like triple the number. Oh, there goes Vicod. Hey. I mean, I did that, not this fort, but the last fort. Also, it's not multi-threading because the game's still seizing. So I don't know. Hopefully this doesn't get worse. It would be a bummer. It's not that. I need this. I'm just gonna lock it. Just leave them in here until I have a better solution. I can tell you right now it's not gonna be temperature. Or one, I really don't want it to be temperature, but 2, I've never had this kind of issue with temperature before, so it's probably not temperature. But I'll try it. I really hope it's not temperature, because temperature would be bad. You really don't want to turn off temperature. Turning off temperature can do some really fucked things to the game's physics. And give you weird pools of things that never evaporate and such. What do you need? Bones, probably? Cut gems. Stack leather. Lots of leather. Oh, the game's frozen. No, it's not temperature. Got gems, okay. This game's frozen again. I'm not denying that it was worth a try. There's something else I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off my pumps. Or turn off the water wheels, rather. Turn off the power. Square blocks. Stacked leather. Was there skeletons in that? I wasn't looking. I looked away for a second. Yeah, this is actually worse now. Cut gems. Lots of cut gems. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, this is significantly worse, actually. Okay, so what I'm going to do is turn temperature back on. Keep the game paused. I'm going to go down to here and pull this. I'm blaming this right now. See if that helps. But let's just look at you with the game paused. Cut gems. Stacked leather. Cut gems. I think I need more gems. Square blocks. Stacked leather. Yeah, it's either leather or gems. I think it's leather. So let's go here. Slaughter those. And see what gems we have available. Let's cut some black diamonds, and let's cut some yellow zircons. I already did, Devil Duck. Smiley face. Not to be sarcastic at you, but like, come on. You don't have to remind me the second you tell me to do the thing. Appreciate you, but... in the lava trying to path. I've exterminated them like twice. No, there isn't. Like, this is literally everything on the map right now. I mean, there's 2 fire imps. I could exterminate those, but I highly doubt that's not them. Because I exterminated them yesterday, but we'll do it again. Fire... oh, no. Imp underscore fire. Exterminate imp underscore fire. Let's see if that does it. Game literally freezes right immediately. That's funny. That's actually really funny. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many people are listening to the stream today. It's been a quiet start to the day, chat-wise, in both YouTube and Twitch. So how's your week been? I know it's the middle of the week. It's a Wednesday. I'm just going to be plucking away at this and trying to solve this problem of the hitching. It's not an abnormally large map, so ideally I can figure it out. But if I can't, I will just cry and tolerate it. I've dealt with worse. I can deal with this. It's been extremely warm and you hate it? Yeah. I mean, it is that time of year, right? The time of year for weather to be terrible. What's up, Society Man? Welcome back. Thanks for the follow last night. Trying to wrap up stuff before everyone runs away for summer vacations. Yeah. The thing I'm like trying to not complain about though is the hitching started when the patch came out. I have cats stuck anywhere maybe. Like this is one of those things where it kind of feels like there's something in a tree, but that doesn't really cause the like it feels like an old issue. Tis your birthday tomorrow and you'll probably go to your parents' place and stay there the weekend? Well, there you go. I've got my aunt and uncle coming over to visit, so I'm kind of excited for that. Am I still pumping lava anywhere? I don't think so. I think I've stopped literally all the pumps. Except for this, which is just a leak that I stopped. Even that's off. I think I already typed that one in, but try it again. I unpause the game and it seizes. We'll see. I think I already did that one, but as I went through the list of the usuals. How big is your map? Peaches? Because I get them every single time I do a map bigger than 6x6. And pretty consistently when it's bigger than 4x4, but almost never when it's below that. But I've been trying to like fix pathing, so that's another thing I'm gonna do. 4x5? It's probably your computer if you've done a large map. At least that's the easy to blame culprit. Doesn't make it guaranteed to be the right culprit, but makes it the easy culprit. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna deconstruct this and get rid of this. Going down here. Going to do this. And then I'm going to put a hole in this wall here. And for you, I need a better entrance. I need a better entrance. Four by four is the default, yeah. But if your computer is frail, it's usually creatures appearing and disappearing on the side of the map that causes the hitches, at least for me, on bigger maps. But it's usually just once at the start of the season and then it stops. Actually, let me try something. I wonder. This is also kind of a really weird fort. And how I've built it, so I am expecting there to be slowdown, but this hitching doesn't feel normal. Like it's slowdown that's not in the normal slowdown feeling, I guess. Yeah, it's really interesting because like people either say that Peaches or they say that he's really bad at communicating. It's really interesting. Like there's very different opinions on how good Tarn is at communicating, and it highly depends on just who you ask on that day. Yeah. Probably, DS? Probably. I mean, would you be happy if, like, someone cored out the Earth? I'd be kind of pissed. Like, kind of pretty damn pissed, honestly. It's because, like, the thing that Tarn does that he's really good at is he's really good at talking about big picture things. Tarn is not very good at explaining how things work currently unless you directly ask him. And I think that, especially, like, in the future of the Fortress, he's very good at kind of talking around concepts and theories, and to somebody like me, that's really cool because it's like you're seeing his creative process in real time. He doesn't talk like a game developer. He talks like an artist, I guess. So from my perspective, I think he's really good at communicating because he communicates exactly his thought process of how he designs a system, but almost never how that system's actually going to function until it's out. Which can, and because gamers want to know exactly what things are before they're out and what's coming, I think that leads to some people just being like, well, it's not exactly the way I personally envisioned, so thus it's not real. The game doesn't even communicate what's going on? Accurate, yes. Correct. Armok out there? Yeah, Armok's just trying to, like, punish me in some awful, otherworldly way. My actual assumption here is I've fucked up pathing really badly and need to fix it. Is that I've done some sort of construction that the game doesn't like. Also, somebody's getting interrupted by a cave crocodile, apparently. Where's that cave crocodile? Is here, right? Kill it now, yes, please. Thanks. Although I'm not actually positive they can get to it. And it looks like it's leaving. So cancel that. Instead, I'm just going to hope that they get all these butchered. See where the strange mood's at. Oh, sweet. You're grabbing other items. What was it you needed? Oh, we're in an ad break. Applause. Tarn is really interesting because, yeah, talking about things in a system theory way and not, or even like in a mathematics way is sometimes how he talks about things. Sometimes for arcs that are planned decades down the line, but he's got his brain worms of explaining ideas on the end. Yeah, I mean, the arcs thing has now been thrown out. I think the problem with how Tarn communicates is he's too theoretical, and that can be dangerous in the modern games industry. However, I like it, so I don't complain. It works for me, damn it! Is how I feel about it. Another thing I'm going to do is I wonder if deconstructing all these center tiles here and putting in a new, an additional stair in the center will help. Probably not, but if it does, I'm going to do it. Yeah, he prefers discussions of abstract concepts over practical applications. Naturally. I love how, like, when you've played Dwarf Fortress for too long, you can describe yourself in Dwarf Fortress terms. It's a lot more of an artist than a dev, though it makes more sense. I think also, like, acting like an artist when you're a game developer is also kind of dangerous in the current games industry because then people discount you as a game developer sometimes, which is kind of sad, but they do. I'm just going to turn this off. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, chat. I'm going to destroy a lot of art. Something art defacement. Because I need new stairs. And time for renovations requires desperate measures. And I'm going to be destroying from here all the way down to here. This is my current theory as to what's causing problems. There's just too many people going up and down that stair, and they're all having to lie down and stand up repeatedly. And that's kind of a messed up. Are people reporting a crime? No, they're constructing a building. That's kind of a messed up piece of pathing right there. So I'm going to try destroying that and see if that helps. So migrants have arrived despite the danger, because that is the best I got currently. I'm also open to ideas, even if I kind of blow things off. But I've tried most of the usual suspects, so First, Blind went through the art, and I said nothing because we needed stairs. Then Blind went for the statues, and I said nothing because we needed metal. And then Blind went for the swords, and I said nothing because we're not under attack. And then we got invaded, and the goblins won. Now what? Funny one, Vecro in YouTube chat. But yeah, speaking of Tarn the artist, if you want, you can ask Tarn questions, because next week, 10 a.m. Pacific time, which is 6 p.m. UK time, probably for about an hour and a half, maybe two, Tarn will be joining me on stream, on this stream, next week, normal time, 10 a.m. Pacific, which is when I usually turn the YouTube stream on. I'm going to gulp that bunny rabbit and slaughter that piggy. And if you have a question that you have been wondering or hoping to ask Tarn at some point, well, that'll be a good time to do it, because I will be putting out a community post where you will be able to ask Tarn questions if you would like. I'm just going to try slaughtering a bunch of animals, see if that helps too. How's your wolf doing? I think you are dead. I'm not sure when you died. It's been a while. But I'm pretty sure your dwarf is dead. So, I'm sorry. For the bad news. But we have had quite a few deaths. But how are you doing today, Wolf as Wolf? Just tuning in with a Taco Bell breakfast? Are you tearing down some walls next to the coffins to have people crawl over, or did something else happen? I'm trying to fix... Okay, so right now the game is keeps freezing. This started about 2 streams ago and has been slowly getting worse. So I would like to solve that, and I'm trying to solve it by fixing pathing, making it more straightforward. And this is one of my lead suspicions as to what's causing it. But I'm not certain, so I'm just working with what I got. So that's why I'm destroying flooring chunks. I'm building all the way up to here, basically. Because I'm really, 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 really hoping that this will solve that. I mean, it may end up with me expanding coffin space, but I've got other coffin spaces elsewhere, so that isn't the only coffin space. That was mostly the original inhabitants of this fort, actually. No, I'm hoping that me doing this will allow me to build out this area more. But Shaku, how you doing? How's your day? And sorry, Wolf. If Tarn has the energy to sit back and play and enjoy the game he's created. Somebody asked him the last time he was on how he, like, what his preferred playstyle is, and he said animal husbandry. He tends to just settle somewhere with interesting animals and tries to tame as many different varieties as he can. So, I don't know if that answers that, but... Nope, that should be lower. Not no, just lower. Oh my gosh, that's cool. Cybrick, Saigon Batok, The metalsmith has created Logim Amul, a gold statue of Bambul, Crabgate. Sorry, that name's funny. Bambul Crabgate. And offers set to the enjoyable knowledge. Man. Chat, where should I put the Crabgate statue? The good old that might be my next fort, Crabgate. That's very funny. I gotta be honest. That's really funny. The name of that statue is really funny. Right out front? Oh, like in front. Actually, yeah, you're right. I should put it in front of the, like outside, shouldn't I? I should just plunk it down right here. That absolutely is where I should put it. You are completely correct. Well, that'll take a while to construct. But we'll wait for it. Who is this Crabgate? Bambul Crabgate. Maybe it's somebody in the fort. That's baldness rings. Okay. That's letter glaze. Got two more. That's hand whip. Likes to beat those eggs. And spear tusk, right, which is one of my militia dwarves. Who's reciting chunks and nothing more currently. That's the first artifact statue we've had. I need to place one on the other side as well. Although it needs to be one further over so that it's in line. They'll topple it, but whatever. I should also deconstruct and reconstruct this drawbridge. Considering it's not actually connected to anything, I could just do this. Just as a temporary one for the side, deconstruct it so I can put floors down there and then put it back. I've been wondering that since I first saw it. It's called Chunks and Nothing More. And it's a form of poetry. Apparently it has no particular subject. We've had some discussion about it, and we've determined that it's either about Minecraft or it's about vomiting, and we're not sure which. So I guess that's up to the... I guess it's in the eye of the beholder at that point, right? You know that it's like a good subject when you're just like, yeah, it's either about puking or, you know, nothing more, really. It's one of the two, and we will never know. Actually, let's also throw empty cages into here just to try and get some of these out of here. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta go stairs. Go all the way. Dorn. It's gonna be Gabbro. Actually, why don't I just do flooring? It's just easier that way. It's a lot of construction tasks, but hey, we're getting there. Just looking for things I've missed. This needs a roof put on it. Dig down here. Oh, actually, no, I could just place it. No cavern wildlife is invading? I mean, they are. I'm just ignoring them mostly. And the actual, like, invading forces, like the cavern invaders, don't exist in the game anymore. So I'm just going to let the game run for a minute and see if it hitches. Those QB food meals from Starfield? Space food? I ate what I considered space food when I was in sports. I used to have these energy cubes that were basically just like... It was like the amount of electrolytes and stuff that you get out of drinking like a liter of Gatorade. It was the sort of thing that you eat 3 of them after running a marathon, basically. Looking at the YouTube chat, catching up. Wouldn't it take less time to check each creature and try and figure out which one was in an endless loop? There's not that many, and I have. And they're not. Really. Also, it's not even a check which one's in an endless loop. It's what's causing the hitching. And if something was stuck in an endless loop, then it wouldn't be hitching. It would just be frozen. And there's nothing really obvious in this. But it's still hitching. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Why are those inaccessible? Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna do something dumb. Bear with me here for a second, chat. I'm gonna forbid all of these wheelbarrows. Wait, no, that's the wrong tool. That's dump. Wheelbarrow. I'm gonna forbid all of these wheelbarrows, not dump them. I'm also gonna do this. Okay, so there's only one item in a wheelbarrow. That was a problem. How's County Lanix doing today? You haven't been eaten by one of the vampires, so you're doing better than some of the dwarves. You want me to make a crutch, and I don't care. And aside from that, you're doing all right. I mean, I think you're still happy. Yeah, you're still could be in better moods. You're making gold doors. Yeah. You're making gold doors. Oh, and yeah, totally. I mean, if I was channeling and the game was slowing down, channeling is like one of the most frame rate intensive tasks you can do in Dwarf Fortress. I don't know why. Like, for the life of me, it's never really made much sense, but it is. I'm not actively channeling anything at the moment, though. If I was, that I would just turn that off and see if that fixed it. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not the fix. I've always wondered why that is, but. Also, cutest ghost in YouTube chat. Hello. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna go all the way to the top. I'm gonna go to this forbid item thingy. I'm gonna unforbid everything. The next thing I'm gonna do. This is a bad idea, but I can at the very least see if this solves it. I'm gonna forbid everything. Let's try that. Does game still hitch with everything forbidden? There's no food. Oh no! Because if it... Okay, no, it's still hitching with that. Okay, so it's not an item. It's not them not being able to access something. The drink was probably what they were actively brewing. Because they still finished brewing it even if I forbid the item. I'm sorry, this probably isn't the best viewing experience, but hopefully it's educational in a damage control kind of way. Exterminate dwarves? The other suspicion I have is these guys. So I'm just going to do a quick save here. And I'm going to expel all the were creatures. Or actually, no, I'm just going to shoot them. Like, fuck it. Sure, Bastet. Give me a sec. Because wouldn't it be funny if that was the problem? You're still playing DF? Have I stopped? I don't think I've really stopped. I mean, I take days off, but like... Long time no see, Brains, man. You know, I always maintain... You know, I don't know when you first saw my stream, Brains, but in December 2022 and January 2023, when there was like 1,000 people watching the stream, I kept saying, if you ever want to watch Dwarf Fortress in 5 years, I'll still be here, and most of the people streaming right now won't. Well, welcome back. It's good to see you. Hope that you had a pleasant break. Why do I think the were-dwarves are the problem? Because they want to get out and do literally anything than stay in that box. And they're not the problem, they're a possible solution to the problem. Bastet is the 90-year-old Marksdorf, and she does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. She's incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy herself, and sometimes is cruel. She's disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She has a very calm demeanor, and she has a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She has an active imagination, and she is stubborn, though she is conflicted by this for this part of herself, as she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She tends to avoid crowds, and she doesn't really... she generally is quite competent in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she is somewhat comfortable... She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she can handle stress. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance and culture, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally treasures independence and sees those that persevere through adversity. She thinks that there is something wrong with people that persevere through adversity. She sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. She sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of working on a crafting work someday. People come and go. There's a reason why a lot of people in my chat are like, I used to play this game a lot 10 years ago. It's because people come and go. She likes Sylvite and Lead and the Star Ruby and Naked Moldog Leather and Eagle Tooth, the color green-yellow, short swords, bracelets, and animal traps. And Blue Peafowls for their enormous fantails and the words the Goblin Gorge and the sound of the Cobalt Boulders. And when possible, prefers to consume Gutter Crewer and absolutely hates fire snakes. I mean, it's profitable for me to try and convince people to play the game. I've given up doing that, Vix. If people are out and they're out and they don't want to play no more, then that's 100% up to them, and there's no amount of me trying to remind people, hey, this game's pretty cool, will ever get them back in, so I don't even bother anymore. Okay, so we're frozen. That's why they all disappeared. See, I can't move the screen. Why would I think it's cheating? There's no such thing as cheating in a single-player game. Using cheat codes in Age of Empires and a single-player skirmish is not cheating. So why would using Legends Viewer be cheating? I don't feel that it's cheating, no. I use it. Just not super frequently, because I don't often feel the need to. Also, my computer has some trouble loading it, but that's besides the point. The only thing I really feel like is cheating, I personally feel like turning on auto everything in DF Hack, I don't feel like I'm playing the game anymore, but I don't really think that that's cheating necessarily. It just... It's obviously mid-campaign PvP. Totally, yes. Just because I dislike things and I feel like I'm cheating myself out of an experience that I enjoy doesn't mean I think it's cheating. Like, I don't think any DF Hack scripts are cheating, but I feel like I'm cheating myself out of something because I don't feel like I'm playing the game anymore. As an example, I would rather fuck up and make a mistake because that's entertaining. The game's just less fun if I turn that stuff on. It's not cheating, per se. There is no such thing as cheating in a single-player game. There's only cheating in games with leaderboards, high scores, or multiplayer. There's no such thing as cheating otherwise. I mean, I used DF Hack to make this fort. I wouldn't have been able to settle on a castle without DF Hack. Like, that's just a fact. So. No, now they are. Here come all the bolts. First one died almost immediately. Third one. These guys down here can't see that one because of the line, but I can move them up here. Now it's dead. Now, send these dwarves out. Does the game still freeze? Yes, it does. Okay, well that answers that. So now the question is, do I go back to a save and let them live? Because the game still freezes. So it's not that. No, there was one just at the corner. I'm kind of leaning meh as well. I think there's something to be said for escapism just falling. Let them live by order of Lanix. Well, now I have to reject it because reject the monarchy. You sense loyalty cascade? You know that those were removed from the game, right? And killing a were creature, when they're a were creature, they're not part of your faction. They go to the others screen. So your senses are out of date, misinformed, and not the case. But no, the game is still stuttering. I wouldn't have done that if Loyalty Cascade was a risk. I would have just expelled them. All right, well, I mean, I could still just expel upset dwarves. I mean, Loyalty Cascade is a very specific in-game effect. So you saying, I sense very specific in-game effect is definitely going to make me suspect that you're being, like, very meta about things, and definitely not suspect that you're referring to an in-game effect. Also, my green screen's showing. Tisk. Hold on. Seeing that. I'm not sure what's picking up. Okay, that seemed to fix it. But now you guys can see the edge. See, saying, I sense a revolution, would absolutely have made me understand what you're saying immediately. But Loyalty Cascade, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. We're good. We're safe. Don't worry. All is well. Just going to clear out jobs that I know I don't need right now. Like, I know I don't need Querns. That's out of date. I do still need you. And I'm going to re-enable something else because we have access to the caverns again. Oops, no, not just specifically dyed thread, just thread. Although I will leave, like, most of these forbidden because I don't need that many dwarves running in and out of the caverns constantly. It's going to be a lot of loom jobs. Definitely. I have a feeling that you're probably correct with that statement about it must be windmills. I don't know why it would be windmills, but I will have to take your concept and thought at face value and assume it correct. Although, I will say, it hasn't hitched in the last minute. Did I fix it? Please tell me I fixed it. Let's try turning off something. Well, I had it set to only weave cloth that I had thread for. I'm wondering if that was the issue. That or the were creatures, but it seems to have fixed itself now. Because I had very restricted cloth for a while there. And I didn't have access to webs or any kind of silk, and it was just constantly spamming tasks. Failed, basically. Maybe? What sort of world generation do I use when I make a DF world? I use the large region because I don't like lots of islands in custom world gen, and then I set the mineral scarcity to quite a bit rarer than the defaults. And I usually do what Shaku just said, which is I open up the cavern, open this a little bit. Hot dingnut, damn it. That seems to have done it. So it was either the were creatures or it was the thread. Now I'm thinking it was the thread. But the were creatures are dead anyway, so. Up. Just hitched again, so maybe not. Let's let it do its thing for a bit, and we'll see if it starts up again. If even so, that was one after nothing for a good chunk of time. It could have also been these stairs going up and down, because I've pretty heavily adjusted where the stairs are at now. It does seem a lot better, yeah. I'm okay with the occasional hitch. Oh, now it's hitching again. God damn it. But let's find somebody that I can follow who's moving. Let's follow Bonesaw, that'll work. Counting hitches like contractions. Oh no, Dwarf Fortress is trying to have a baby. It's still a lot better. It's also running at like 60 frames a second now, which is my frame cap, by the way. Get your stopwatch, Hippo. Can we name the baby Skynet? If you get the redemption, sure. Did somebody get a redemption that I missed? No, not since Bastet. But sure, yeah, if somebody gets a redemption. Yeah, now it's hitching again. So like it is still doing the thing, but it is significantly less constant. Why is there a weasel? Oh, somebody just went and killed a weasel. Okay. Let's also turn this off for the moment. And I am gonna pause for a sec, go down to here, and just lock this door, because all this is reset. Maybe now I can get back to playing properly, which would be really nice. Like, seriously, that would be really nice. Spawned a new entity, we'd be in trouble. Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like if any software starts spawning new entities that it wasn't designed to spawn, we'd be in trouble. Just, like, on many levels. For a huge variety of reasons. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through and pause all of these real quick. I realized that not all of these just got paused. Let's just get all this body stuff rid of. Let's get jet blocks covering that. You know, I kind of, maybe this is probably mostly just me being like a gatekeepy weirdo. I kind of like that disposing of garbage is a really weird, annoying roundabout thing. Vix, Chad, how do you feel about disposing of trash? I think there was a mod a while ago, which probably still exists in some form or another, which was essentially just dwarves with, or clothing could be gotten rid of by, we don't need any of that. Clothing could be gotten rid of by, setting it as a task in a furnace, and it would use 1 charcoal, and it would just get rid of the clothing, which is kind of a neat task. And you could also get rid of skeletons that way, or corpses, basically like burning stuff. Something like that would be okay. But I kind of like setting up a minecart to dump shit into lava. There's something kind of fun about that. What's up, Petrol? You still can't make sense of it? Yeah, it's definitely like a new player trap. Like, whatever they do, you don't like all the clutter, just make a what's it called? A refuse pile that allows clothing. If you make a refuse pile that allows clothing, it immediately declutters your fort, because clothing disintegrates in like a couple of weeks in a refuse pile. And if you allow clothing, it'll only allow damaged clothing. And it'll also only allow damaged clothing that isn't owned by dwarves. So, like, almost immediately all of your clutter will disappear. Oops. Oh, I see the issue here. Well, the teeth definitely. It's all, you just need to manage your refuse piles better. Okay, this is adorable. I know this is just happenstance, but both of these armor stands have toy axes on them. It's like little kids like, I'm gonna put my weapon away. That's adorable. That's adorkable. I'm a fan. Yeah, I don't know. I find a lot of satisfaction in the discovery of weird techniques to get rid of and fix things. You used to have a giant room full of rotting junk. Oh no, totally. I used to do that too. I had a good couple forts where like a big massacre happened, and like instead of like properly dealing with it, I just like told them to put it all in a room and then walled the room off. Like just locked it all in there. I was like, I'll deal with this in 20 years. And then just memorialize everything periodic, like as needed. Fluffy, what up? It's good to see you. All right, so the game's still lagging, but it's lagging a lot less. So I'm gonna go back to actually doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing. This is what I set out to do today. So damn it, I'm gonna do it. which is just going to make the game lag again. I mean, Fluffy Wambler in the chat, so thus Wambler's mentioned. Played 40D in the and then the major version after that, and then you tried coming back recently, and wow, the menus are really rough to get used to. I mean, the menus aren't fully hotkeyable. I don't know. I don't fully understand the general sentiment that the menus are rough. The old menus were rough. Like, pre-Steam Dwarf Fortress had rough UI to learn. It was awful. Now it's like pretty straightforward. Some of the menus are clunky, but it's I don't understand that sentiment. Like, at all, really. Like, I used to fully get why people found the old UI difficult to get into. I don't really get it with this one. Like, at all. You have muscle memory, yeah? I mean, I learned this game before as well, and I got this version before it released. 4 days before it released, and it took me like 5 hours. And I'm like, okay, this is fine. So I don't really sympathize or get it, I guess. Sorry, but that's my unpopular opinion, I suppose. I don't understand people's problem with it. I mean, could it be better? Certainly. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it rough or bad? I mean, no. Not really. It's fine. I mean, there's several elements from the old version that I miss, Grocky. I mean, I miss being able to assign a unit to a squad directly from their character screen. But as far as I can tell, literally nobody did that. Everybody just used Dwarf Therapist. So I don't know. The advantages of this version outweigh the clunkiness of the modern UI. And yeah, the old UI was faster, but it was worse in almost every way. The process of unlearning everything to relearn it is rough? Sure. Well, get to it. It's not going to learn itself. But I don't know. I was a weirdo back in the day and fucking hated Therapist. So I'm very happy to see that go. But I don't know. I've seen so many complaints about how terrible the remade UI is. Like, there was somebody who's just like, now they need to spend another 5 years fixing this one. It's like, just go play old versions. You'll be like all of the people who were just like, I don't like stress, and so I'm only going to play version 34 forever. And there's still like 2 of those left. So it sucks, I know. Relearning stuff can be difficult, but you get a better game out of it. Oh, same. You were like me, Stromiko. They're working on it, Squeaky Landmine in YouTube chat. They're talking about customizing hotkeys. Putnam is working on redoing the behind-the-scenes coding of the UI and making it Lua formattable so that things like menus can be dragged around. But it's a work in progress. This is what happens when, you know, you're a game like Dwarf Fortress and you're working on your own code base, not on something with pre-designed packages, right? So it's something that is being worked on. It's just gonna take a while. Patience. I mean, I think that's like just presuming it's too difficult is a lot of the reason why many people didn't get into the game back then. It has 95% on Steam though. It's gonna lose that. It's not gonna hold that. It's gonna go down to very positive soon. Very soon, actually. It's like 0.001% or something off. Like, it needs like 10 reviews in a day that are negative, and it'll drop. You should have tried the old version if you think the binds aren't intuitive. But a lot of the keys can be rebound now. Just not all of them can be rebound. I mean, a lot of this can be. You used to have to, like, dig into, what's it called? The game files to change these and restart the game every time. Like, there's a lot of this stuff that you can rebind now, so... The entire game isn't keyboard controllable anymore. Adventure mode still is. Fortress mode isn't. But that's it. You've been able to do that since, like, day 10? Small Bean Lad? What? Like, that was, like, 3 months after launch they added that screen. Before, you always had to do it within the INI files. But you could still do it. It just wasn't surfaced in game. It literally hit escape and click settings. It's right there. I also, not to be mean to you, Squeaky, I'm not going to acknowledge any more of your statements about keybinds. And also, same with the Twitch chat. And the reason I'm saying that is because I got tired of discussing keybinds with people within a month of the game releasing on Steam. And I'm still tired of it. I get it. Deal with it or don't. I don't want to be your venting pile for that. So if you want to vent about that, vent at each other. But that's the only acknowledgement I'm going to give you. It's the reality of mostly playing the same game for a living is you get tired of certain discussions, and that's one that I'm very tired of. I'm trying not to just, like, use your username as a way to call you dumb, Small Bean Lad, but can I just say that that's really funny? Username checks out? I don't know, Small Bean. You can do it with DF Hack. I just didn't want to cheat in that video in regards to pants for gremlins. But I don't know if anybody's modded it. There's ways to do it in DF Hack. I've never looked, because frankly, I don't really care. It's not really a giant priority. Gremlin from Air, correct. Anyway, at least you're only a little dumb, Small Bean Lad, instead of big dumb. Being big dumb is worse, because then the size of your dumb is larger. I can be dumb sometimes, too. Except when I'm being dumb with an audience. Which means it takes me much longer to forget it. Like 8 months later, someone will be like, remember that one time you said that one stupid thing and offended this one person? I'll be like, yeah, I apologized back then. Why are you reminding me? Months after, like years after the fact. Half a decade after the fact. Wake me up when the summer ends. Yep, I've had kings that are mayors. That happened in, Gortusk, I think? The queen was also the mayor. Yeah. It's like part-time dumb versus full-time dumb. Hello, Cat, in YouTube chat. I mean, it would be a lot funnier if politicians didn't wear pants, David Daytonin. We'd have a lot more to laugh at them about than we already do. Although it kind of harkens me back to the old saying of like, if you're like having a hard time talking or speaking in public, just imagine everybody's naked. I'm like, that's like a 10,000 times worse. I don't know who came up with that, but my God. I need channel. That's the task I need. Should be fine. There you go. Sweet. There goes a cave swallow. How the heck did you get down here? Are you one of my pets? Nope. Huh. I mean, that just reminds me of a photo I saw on Reddit, Dravis, during the pandemic. It was this person who posted a photo, and he's like, this is my wife. She's taking her bar exam to become a lawyer. And during the pandemic, and it was a picture of a lady in, like, a perfect, like, suit, like, very, very well-cut suit, perfectly done hair, perfect makeup, sitting in SpongeBob boxer shorts. At a table in a living room on a laptop with a camera in front of her. You know. So I'm not entirely sure where that, like, but that was always just like public speaking advice. I don't know if it was necessarily really a joke. Thieves protect the hoard from stinking filth as they run away in fear. Those cowards. This was an artifact that I got distracted and forgot to read. This is a artifact statue worth 58,000 dwarf bucks. That might be the most valuable one. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This item is a masterfully designed image of Bembul, the dwarf and dwarves in gold by Cybrek. Bembul is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to Bembul Crabgate. And the ascension of Bembul Crabgate to the position of Baroness of the Obstinate Rampart in 192. And the item is in... it is encrusted with square yellow zircons and decorated with grizzly bear leather and encircled with bands of gold. This object menaces with spikes of forgotten beast leather and granite. On the item is an image of fortress basements, the large slick metal right glove in moss agate. On the item is an image of geared dies, the large slick metal left glove in black diamond. On the item is an image of a mistake of knight in the grizzly bear leather. That's just a self-portrait. The last one. Many of us are mistakes of night. They wouldn't have been able to topple it, and I don't think they can topple statues anyway. Because that's an artifact, it's untoppleable, right? Which is always fun. They were going to try, though, I'm sure. My God, there's so many looming tasks. If you catch my drift. Also, good timing on this. This can be obsidian. Oh boy. All right, let's let them finish that up. And then just go over to here. All right, chat, I need to take a piss. I'm gonna go do that. Ads are about to play. Just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. I know that it's slow, but it is summer. So I will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. Alright. Can't topple Crabgate. This is true. Game froze again. So I haven't fully fixed the seizing issues. Let me see. Have any other animals appeared? They need like a group to haul it off at a speed that the dwarves can catch them, perhaps. They'd probably need like a wagon. And like a driver. Like they need a full-on getaway driver. We're currently $30 away from the daily minimum. We'll get there. To the folks on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, because liking the stream make the number go up, and the number go up make the stream get views, and the stream get views is good. So don't forget to leave a like on the stream, YouTube folks. Now you wish you could draw? Just got to get yourself a set of Skechers, and then you'll be able to draw. I was gonna say, that was a long seize. El Duderino, thanks for the 5-pack. I greatly appreciate that. It's a bunch of helmet plump men. Very plump men that are helmets. The Met robots from Mega Man. You know, I've never played a Mega Man game. This is like the month of chat discovering all of the things that Blind is like out of touch on and doesn't know. I used to look at screenshots of Mega Man games, and I think Nintendo, in like Nintendo Power, I think, or maybe other magazines. I can't remember which. And thinking that they looked really cool, but never actually playing one. Well, so you got Lord Walnut in there, and Ella Meyer. I think I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but one of the things that I really actually don't like about the videos that I make, the big, like, edited forts, where I trim whole forts together into one big video, something I really don't like is in this, when you stream for a living, people come and go. That's totally fine. It's just how the world works, right? Nobody's going to watch one stream forever. But my God, it bums me out sometimes, because I'll be like editing footage from a fort from like 8 months to a year ago, and half of chat or like the usernames for dwarves in the fort will be people that I haven't seen in months or years sometimes. And it makes me sad. Like, watching back my old videos, too, is tough, because it's like, man, I see that name. Man, I haven't seen that person in forever. I hope they're okay. Or I hope they're, you know, off doing something fun or interesting. Hope they're not just, like, you know. Hopefully I didn't piss them off is also a thing that comes to mind pretty frequently. They live on in my forts. Well, their usernames do. And every now and again, it's like, man, fuck that guy. That's also happened a couple times. Okay, so the hitching is back up at full force again. Okay, what if I do this? Let me try this.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Darren, how are you? It's good to see you. Thanks for the 60-second month. Appreciate you, friend. I hope that you've been well. You had to pause for a second there? Yeah, no, it plays kind of a lot. I'm actually not sure why it doesn't play the old soundtrack anymore. I don't think it's a setting. Giant cave swallow is fighting. Where is it? Did they kill it? Ah, no, they haven't. Let's just tell the melee dwarves to go beat the shit out of it if they're still alive. Although right now it appears that this weaponsmith is beating the shit out of it. And also a section of cavern has collapsed, which is probably not fine. Nobody seems to be dead. Oh, I thought I did a thing to fix this. Oh, I see. No, I didn't. Those two should be done first. It's currently exhausted, and this dwarf is going around cleaning up the blood around it. Which is kind of funny. And very Dwarf Fortressy. It's like you have a pick. You could just hit it in the head, and it would die. That would solve the problem immediately. But instead you choose to walk past... Okay, there we go. This poor dwarf. Go, take a rest, dwarf. You've earned it. Go take a rest. Good win, Stone. And Diamond and Bubble Page. Florida heat and humidity have been super oppressive this year. Oh, that's... Yeah, I believe it. I feel like it's just been heat and humidity everywhere, not specifically even Florida. Like, I feel like that's something that keeps getting repeated this year is just... The heat's bad, turns out. Yeah, it's just the dwarf is just cleaning up the blood around it. It's like, ah, you done with that? He's just like, you know, waiting for the other dwarves to just like finish up his work. And like, ah, he's got this. He's fine. He's fine. Such a nonchalant like response. Time to get rid of a shit ton of clothes. Also, neither the humans nor the elves traded with me this year. I wonder why. Well, the humans, I wonder why. The elves, I know why they didn't. May have been around the time that we got attacked, actually, but... And then the hitches is just slowing the game down, which is like destroying my concept of time. Yeah, that's something that will always be amusing, I think, Shaku. Is just like... One dwarf, like, isn't dying, but, like, could really use a hand, and then the other dwarf just, like, walks past it. Or is just, like, doing something else that they prioritize slightly more. Will always be entertaining. Just forever. I think the biggest advantage that this fort has right now is the fact that, like, nobody is cave adapted. There was one person that was for a bit, and, like, at this point, from what I can tell, nobody is. There's just, like, no vomit on the surface. It's nice. So it also doesn't rain that much here, so being on the surface actually isn't, like, a negative at all. You know, there's been so many suggestions of that. That's something that's, like, kind of annoying, but also nice about a game that's been around this long, Society, is if you think of something and think it's, like, a creative, unique solution to a problem, you're probably right, it is. And it's probably been suggested a trillion times. I've just asked for, like, requested in like feature requests things for things like letter carriers, where it would be another use for paper, right? Like we already have a messenger. Like let the messenger just leave and like deliver something or request an item or send letters to relatives so that dwarves can get letters from their relatives. And you could have like maybe a seasonal mail day, like maybe the outpost liaison could like deliver letters or something, so that dwarves don't just like be sad forever that like they never get to talk to their family. Give them some way of speaking to their family if they exist. Something like that. Like so much of that stuff has been suggested over the years. I feel like that's way more than 446 items, but here we are. Oh no, I'm an idiot. I never rebuilt this. Shit. Oh well. Yes, moving heavy thing from far away to close by is a use for it. I mean, I go through phases where I use tons of minecarts, and then I go into phases where I don't. I've done multiple forts where like everything that isn't like a small good or a finished item is transported with minecarts. Everything from furniture to food barrels to boulders, logs, everything. And yeah, it can be really efficient. It just takes a long time to set up. So it's the quest, and it takes less time in-game to transport stuff once all those systems are set up. However, it's a lot easier on the player in-game to just leave the game unpaused and let it take a little bit longer and then just use wheelbarrows. So most people just use wheelbarrows because there's way less friction on the setup time. And honestly, I do that too. I usually just use wheelbarrows because there's way less friction on the setup time. That being said, though, it's like, because there's less friction, it's easier to just use not that. So have I found good use cases for minecarts? Totally. I mean, anything that's heavy that slows a dwarf down, it's easier to use a minecart to transport it because you can transport dozens of them. I mean, I suppose you heard what I said, El Duderino. Of course they do. I mean, like, you could watch any of the forts that I've done where I've done that, such as the Haunted Fort. Probably the best example. I mean, I could set up a minecart route that brings logs in. I'm trying to think like where else would make sense to do a minecart route. I haven't built anything in this fort around the idea of having a minecart route, so at this point now it might actually be like more effort than it's worth. Watch my, I mentioned this to somebody earlier. Watch my my ghosts video. That one was one of those videos. That's one of those forts where I utilized minecarts for everything, and I tried to use them in such a way to make things less efficient and harder for the dwarves. It actually kind of had the opposite effect. It actually made things like easier on the dwarves in a lot of ways, because there was just a lot less hauling jobs, because loading a minecart is way faster than hauling stuff. Porcupines? Okay. You know, normal porcupines kind of scare me. So there's a Forgotten Beast fighting with an army of Crundles right now. It's this one. I feel like I should kill this Forgotten Beast. I feel like I should. So I'm actually going to go up to this cave layer up here. I'm going to dig down. Maybe not to there. I'm going to dig like up here. Let's just pause the game. Where's the beast exactly? It's like right here. Oh. I'm smart. It's gonna pop me up in the water, isn't it? Nope. Okay, that's doable. Not entirely positive that that's reachable, but if it is, then we should go for it. Oh, the other thing I should bring over is arrows. I don't get the joke, Salty, but yes, sure. Apparently, zombie porcupines squish pretty easily, which can be okay until it rains. I know it's raining. Wait, what happens when it rains? In your map, what is the effect? I don't really want to have a minecart running in and out of the caverns, T-Bay. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't built anything in this fort. Because basically, I would be constructing... Okay, so you know how I built that stairwell all the way up and down? I would have to construct something around the edge of it with minecarts. I'm just trying to think how I could do it right now. That would be more efficient. The only way that I could think that I could do it would be less efficient because I haven't built the fort around it. It would need to be its own isolated system, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. But, because I'm kind of thinking about maybe using it to transport boulders from where the dwarves are channeling, but dwarves are still going to manually haul stuff. So it's like, it's kind of redundant at this point because I've built this fort around not doing that. Yeah, I don't see that being a better solution at this point. It's kind of like a one or the other. Either I build a fort around one or I build a fort around the other. And because I've built it around one, now if I change it, it's going to cause me problems. Just like defendability problems. So I don't really know what the best course of action here is. Why is so many people fighting? What the fuck is happening? How you doing, Orc with Bow? How's things? I hope that you've been well. I don't know. Must have just been stacking up for a while. Let's trade all this. Do that. Let's grab the blood for thorns. Let's grab the beer and the wine that they brought. I'm gonna buy their lead cages to fix the weight problem. Buy paper, buy book, buy scroll, buy cheese, ship it. Okay, so there's a bunch of dwarves in hospital all of a sudden. What happened? Okay, it looks like we got some sort of brawl. Because I've got a bunch of dwarves in hospital all of a sudden. And it doesn't appear that anybody died. Maybe I had a tavern brawl in one of the churches, actually. But there was definitely just a big fight. Because there's suddenly a whole lot of dwarves in the hospital. But it's just like broken fingers and stuff, so it's not too bad. There's a goblin here, who's my outpost liaison. Hello, Elfie. Fort's looking okay. It's been a quiet day. Very much these summer quiet times. But if people are wondering what I mean by summer quiet times, I have an audience that's roughly the age of 30. So the summer becomes quiet season instead of the inverse for a lot of like it is for a lot of channels. So in the summer, usually we average around 160 concurrent viewers on Twitch. And YouTube's just random because YouTube's always random. At least I haven't had numbers on YouTube long enough to really have a consistent idea of when the numbers go up or down. And in the winter months, we generally have about 250 to 300, so that's kind of what I mean by quiet time. The Mayor Einod meets with the Goblin Outpost Liaison Smoz. I've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. Again? What should I ask for? I'm just gonna ask for the instruments. Just bring some instruments for me. Everyone out at the BBQ smoking meats. Yeah, not watching little old me. Mate, I could not tell you the last time I went to a barbecue. Not last summer, but the summer before, I went to a family barbecue. It's been a long fucking time. This is just what happens when you have no friends, you know? At least friends with backyards. And barbecues. It's like... not the life I live. Also, if anybody's wondering what we're growing, spelt and hemp. And we are now a duchy. Which means I need to increase the value of Lanix's home. Thankfully, I got tons of extra, like, statues around, so... Spelt hemp. Yeah, that there's a joke in there, Grok. There is, in fact. We've got one coming up, the Day of America. Well, yesterday was the Day of Canada, which actually just means the day of Blind gets woken up right when he's going to bed because there's suddenly fireworks outside. Day. It's actually the holiday here that I habitually forget about. And will never consistently remember ever, no matter how much I try. And what am I naming, Orc? What else do you need more of? You need one more additional chest.
To use my Prime sub every month.
Eggy Von Turbo, thanks for the 3rd month. For a couple of years back when my mom used to subscribe with Prime, and now she doesn't do that anymore because I think she got rid of Prime. That or she just forgot at some point and never did it again. One of the two. She used to set a calendar reminder. You don't need to do that. That's ridiculous. But... that should be plenty. Yeah, it was for a bit. Dwarf with a bow. No, because none of my dwarves use bow. I could give you a dwarf with a crossbow. And beard or no beard. That's like some human propaganda. Because dwarves don't use bows. Oh, you need an armor stand and a weapon rack. What? Since when does the mayor need that? They always needed that? Am I going crazy? Maybe it's just because we're Metropolis now. Crossbow with a beard. Crossbows don't have beards, silly. Dwarves do it. This is a not with that attitude kind of situation. Zuthan, aka Orc with Bow, is inattentive to detail in his own work, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, doesn't generally think before acting, isn't particularly ambitious, doesn't seek out excitement, finds obligation confining, though he's conflicted by this for multiple reasons. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is somewhat uncomfortable with those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He exhales sharply and deliberately when he starts getting bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of, he personally hates those that wield power over others and strongly values tranquility and quiet, values honesty and values cunning, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes galena, black bronze, tavasorite, and sea monster tooth, six-sided prisms, bracelets, blue peafowls for their numerous tails, enormous tails, not numerous, and the words of the silken watchful amethyst, and the sound of the tressed lilac, and when possible, prefers to consume lettuces, cassava beer, and pearl millet flour, and durian seeds. He absolutely hates large roaches. But they are very cross when they bow, Tibe. He is very fat and his long beard is braided. He has several close friends, including Arx and Dumb, and is a member of the Creative Cobalt and is currently reading Human for Students. It's like a basic manual on humans. I could use one of those, honestly. It sounds useful. Currently, the library is sitting at 183 Booker. He knows. So I cheated, Crocky, sort of. I settled somewhere on top of a pre-built castle, and I've renovated it. So I didn't technically build this. So I'm very much taking advantage of the mechanics of Dwarf Fortress, I guess, and what it allows me to do. So I'm kind of cheating this system a little bit. Can you retire, and this is from YouTube chat, can I retire a bunch of humans in a retired fort to make it a human town, or they'll just disband? If you retire a fortress and then adventure a bunch of humans there and retire them there, it'll still be a dwarven town, because the dwarves run it. It won't become a human town. It'll remain, unless humans from a human faction invade it and take over it. No, they will not take over it, but they will be there if you reclaim it. And also, Eggy, you don't have to keep remembering. You just won't be subscribed if you don't do it 1 month. Eggy Von Turbo. That's sad. That's what it is. Because I don't know if like too much about the claiming sites mechanics in adventure mode. There might be some weird eccentricity if you like claim it and make an adventurer the leader of it. It's possible that could reassign the naming of it at some point, or does already. I don't know. I haven't messed with that stuff too much. But if you just retire them there, nothing will happen. You're just retiring them there. It's like parking. It's like asking if you park in the Walmart parking lot, does that car now belong to Walmart? What, subscribing to this channel is a civic duty? Man. I'll say this, I'm happy that's not true. Could you imagine if subscribing to a particular channel on Twitch was a civic duty? But I do appreciate the commitment. It means a lot. It really does. I'm just going to go down here and do this. I'm just going to do some caving in because it's easier. It's so cool to see it change and evolve. I'm glad that you're sticking around for this fort, though, Tibet. I'll say this, like I've talked about this many times. It's always been harder for me to keep long-term forts going because the more casual audience gets bored, and so running forts longer. It's not always the smartest thing for me to do business-wise, but I enjoy doing it, so I do it often, regardless of how wise it actually is. So thanks for sticking with it. That reminds me. Okay. Oh, the Prime sub. Darius. I was gonna stream on that account this week, and then I ended up editing a video on Doom the Roguelike and Jupiter Hell Classic, which people seem to have liked, although the watch time's a little bit worse than usual. Which, it's fine. It's still doing all right. I'm hoping it hits that singularity point with YouTube where it suddenly starts getting recommended, because that could happen with that one. But it's going steady. If anybody's curious actually where it's at, it's this right now. Which, like, that's pretty good. I'm not going to complain. No, this is total percentage of the video viewed, not, like... It's not the stat that you think it is, Darius. Normally, people make it about 40% of the way through my videos. This one, they're making it around 34. It's like 6% less. Which ironically is right when I like state what the video's about. It's like all of the people are like, oh, I don't care about roguelikes. They're just like, I'm out. It's literally like when I put the title card on screen. We started it yesterday before work and didn't finish it. I'm wondering if it's like the developer's fault because he said that he kept refreshing it yesterday. I'm like, oh. If you keep refreshing it, I wonder if YouTube's weighing it that way. But it's fine. That video is already done better than I thought it would, so. I love Slay the Spire. That one comment got me. Sent me flying, man. Why would I use Fast Dwarf? I don't need it. Fast Dwarf is kind of like you have no free time, or like, you're very easily bored. I guess that's kind of like saying when you're playing Skyrim, do you ever use like no clip to just jump through walls? It's like, well, not unless things are really bad. So yeah, I guess I don't ever use Fast Dwarf unless something is really wrong. If something is really wrong, I've used it like when the game's running at like 3 frames a second and I just need to chop down a tree to fix it. Then I'll use Fast Dwarf, but no, I don't ever use it. Failwin in YouTube chat. How do I find enough jobs for the dwarves to do in large fortresses? Spoilers. Well, construction right now. I was going to scroll down, but this is a job. Meditating, listening to stories, those are all jobs. So how do you find enough jobs? You don't need to. Teach classes. Make guilds. They don't need to be doing jobs all the time. Constantly. This is the Magma Sea. So this is normally full of lava. And currently, yeah, it's basically just a giant quarry. But I'm digging it out to start constructing in it, is the plan. New cavern layer 4. 3.5. You love that you have no idea what you're even looking at? That's what makes it hard to stream, Darelight. Thankfully, now that it has graphics, it's much easier, but it's still a difficult game to explain. Because at least you have the advantage of having played it. Also, speaking of, I need to check something. Let's jump to the cavern layer 2. No, okay, so they can't get to this. So what's in between them and that? This wall. Bug load of trees. Oh, also the gate's shut, right? That's probably the main one. Yeah, that's also another thing. You'll eventually miss that, Darelight. Like, kind of as Sandberg is suggesting. I mean, once you've played this game to the point where you kind of maybe haven't seen everything, but kind of know what everything is, and you, like, once you're past scratching the surface, basically, you kind of eventually get to a point where it's like, it's rare that you get surprised by something or don't know what you're looking at, and whenever that does happen, it's the, like, borderline euphoria. You missed the first 500 so bad. Yeah, actually very similar kind of vibes, probably. I only played about 30 hours of Path of Exile, and that was during the beta, so it's been a while. Just gonna go over here and queue up a lot of channeling. We're gonna cave this in. It's gonna be what I'm gonna do here. Gonna need to give them a way out, though. So let's leave this. Just dig through that. Although that's not really a way out. Well, let's just dig through this. Dig through this. And leave that. And down here should be fine. A giant rock just flew and killed everyone in your fort. Lesson learned. Big bird can take on 39 dwarves. Rocks can be really scary, but I've also had dwarves like kill them shockingly quickly. Like, rocks are a weird threat. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Ha! Does anybody know what rocks are from? I know that's a dumb question. The giant bird of prey. Like, I know a lot of other mythology and stuff has giant birds of prey, but what are rocks a thing in? Because I, like, thought about it before, and I've kind of realized over the years that, like, I kind of don't actually know. Which feels weird. It's like Persian? Okay, interesting. Because, like, I've also read a number of times about, like, human evolution and, like, you know, when a shadow goes over top of you suddenly and you duck. It's really weird when people start quacking in public, but you know what I mean? Like, when a shadow goes over top of your head and you duck, it's like an evolutionary trait of, like, duck for cover when thing above you. Sinbad. Okay, I mean, yeah, okay, that checks out. It's from Arab mythology. Never looked into it, and I only just kind of thought about it just now. I was like, everything's kind of based on something. Even though Dwarf Fortress likes to put its own spin on things. Yeah, it's even, you know, it's truly terrifying, Orc with Bow, when they start honking out of fear. It's when the clowns have come. I think that may cause. Oh no, actually that's fine. It's at an angle, so it's not load bearing. So it should just be this now. Holding everything up. You're just cleaning stuff up. You should be able to still leave that way. Okay, I'm going to reassign the Marksdorf squads to know our orders. Let them go grab their gear again. And then I should be able to forbid everything up here. And check this. Go over here. So now I'm just waiting for a dwarf to finish linking that up, and then I should be able to cave this in. I mean, it's not the worst time, and we're not going to cave it in until all the dwarves are out, but... Back in time to drop rocks? Correct, and for migrants to show up. Mostly drop rocks, though. How are you doing today, Tiny Hippo? Now that you're back. How was your trip away, more like? And, Jack Norrick, what up? You got laid off from your job, so you'll be able to catch more of the streams? Yay! But also, oh god, that sucks, dude. I mean, yay that you'll get to catch more of the streams and maybe play video games, but shit, that sucks. Hopefully you have a backup of some kind. Or a safety net, I guess maybe is a better word. Okay, so the bottom down here, we're going to do this. Let's drop some rocks, chat. Who's ready to drop some rocks? Look up. Can I get a round of beers for the falling of the rocks? Because Dr. House is going to go drop some rocks. And this is now the pathing that they use to get underground, which is probably a lot more direct than it was before. Alban was found dead. So many stairs. Back to school again to get a certification. You don't think you have the energy to do job hunting again? No, that's fair. What kind of certification are you looking for? Oopsies. You know, I could make this way easier on me by just simply moving the camera closer. Or rather, moving the green screen closer. But I'm not. At least you have the ability to go get a certification and get out. I'm not going to lie. There are a few things in the modern world about, like, expectations of society that scare me more right now than job hunting. Like, job hunting was kind of a scary ordeal the last time I had to do it. But just it seems like it's only gotten more tedious, more cumbersome, and more fucked up as time has gone on. So that's the lever getting pulled. Let's hope there's no dwarf underneath it. Uh-oh, there's a lot of dwarfs close to it. Oh, shit. I was wondering why there's a whole bunch of dump items. Let's just pause that. Good thing I checked, eh? Okay, sorry for the false alarm. I thought I forbid all those. Let's just get all of these dwarfs out here of here. Also got a dwarf's been found. Okay, that was a while ago. Oh, you just claimed a craft dwarf. That's what that was. Like, why is there a cow out here? It's just kind of, why are you jumping me to a cow game? Okay. Let's wait for all these dwarves to clear out of this. What's the purpose of the cave-in? It's more straightforward than having to individually remove something one tile at a time. Simply put, having to remove stuff one tile at a time can sometimes end with accidental cave-ins. So a controlled cave-in is just like a planned deconstruction of a thing instead of having to do unplanned deconstructions of a thing. Or accidental unplanned deconstructions of a thing. So what's the point of it? If I do it right, it's less likely dwarves will get injured. But that's just it. I have to do it right, which I wasn't. Okay, so this dwarf is going to go pull the lever now. Attempt 2. Dwarf pull on the blue. Haha! Now I don't need to, like, basically play Minesweeper and go all the way around the edge of this. I can just do that. It's also faster sometimes. I don't know why I can't search for boulders. It's a little odd. But, boulders. And then I just go over here and deconstruct the lever. And it's kind of fun. I don't know. It looks cool. It's probably, is definitely another reason. For why it's fun to do. Another thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to go here and type in cloth. What do I have for cloth? $43.40, okay. Let's just type in rope, reeds. I've got fuckloads of rope reed thread. I'm going to go to a task and get rid of it because I keep on canceling it, or it keeps canceling because I like don't have enough of it, but I know why it's canceling. It's because I don't have enough of it. So I'm just going to go to this and get rid of this task. It's not a task I need to even have running anymore. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to labors and tasks. I'm going to unforbid 2 of those. and then just go down here, unforbid all these. But once I get to things that can be manually or automatically re-upped when they're prepared and ready to go again, I just hit the X a whole bunch. Because these will all just get automatically reset, and they'll just start doing them again. And mass, except I'm not going to turn on render fet. Tan hide I will. That I will pause. And let the dwarves eat through their meals and drinks. I almost never bother with dyeing cloth. I'm sure, certainly it's worth it. There's lots of things that are worth it that I don't do. Just because I don't do it doesn't make it not worth it. It's not that, well, it's not that I don't ever do it. I do it sometimes, I don't generally focus on it. That's all really. So certainly, yeah, no, it can be worth it. I just don't generally do it. Me being lazy does not make something not worth it. If I want to increase the value of cloth, I'll stitch images on them, apparently. Or decorate them. Or just try and get higher level clothers or cloth makers. How sparse can your supports be before an accidental cave-in? One support could support the entirety of the map. They don't collapse. But accidental cave-ins happen when you remove all support from a thing, and when you're caving through and you're channeling down through multi-layered areas like this, there will be weird tiles where like 4 tiles are just floor but not walls. So if you carve around those, and those can cave in, and then dwarves can fall into lava, like it's got nothing to do with the supports. It's literally just if you remove all support from a thing, then it caves in, and it's just a lot to keep track of, and it's just easier to just, instead of doing it in rows like this, to just cave in stuff sometimes. That's all it is. It's just if you cave something in entirely, it's just, you're like skipping steps, basically. Like chat, is there a mechanic in Dwarf Fortress that's there that you know is worth doing sometimes, but you just never bother? Because I feel like people jump to the conclusion that something isn't worth it or a bad idea if I don't do it. Literally, the reason I don't dye cloth is because I'm lazy. That's the reality. I find it to be tedious. Why is it that people presume, I guess, that it's bad if I don't do it? I guess maybe like if I'm being charitable, I guess people would just presume that I play optimized every time because I know what I'm doing, but which I guess is like would be a fair assumption, but I certainly don't. So, are you stuck, dwarf? Seems like it. You hate making bedrooms? Well, I guess don't. And you've sustained off of gathering? I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. So why not? Did I just see a dwarf fall into that? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. Uh-uh. Yes, I do. GG Grandek. I haven't in the last couple of years, but I do. I do frequently, actually. You saying you don't do something is not the same as you are not currently doing something. Sure, I'm not currently doing that, because there's a lot of other priorities the fort has. And also my furniture is made out of, like gold already, so it's already insanely valuable. Yep. Well, I guess I wasn't seeing things then. We'll find out who that was in a moment. But I don't like being told that you don't do things, I guess. Because, like, just because I'm not currently doing something doesn't mean I don't do the thing. It's just like sometimes I will decorate stuff with bone. I will literally never do that if I'm intending to trade with elves. Because I trade with elves at relative frequency, I very rarely do it. Doesn't mean I don't do it. So I don't know. I digress here, but yes, I do in fact encrust stuff with gems.
Ayo.
I think the one big regret I have about becoming the Dwarf Fortress tutorial person, or about being the Dwarf Fortress tutorial person, is it's very difficult for me to just have fun conversations about this game anymore. Back in the day, like, all the conversations we would have about this game were just stories that other people had found. And now it's just everybody quizzing me and trying to, like, get information, which is totally fair, and I get why people do that. It's how people are used to interacting with people like me these days, but I do kind of miss that. We had a bit of a different culture around this stream at one point, and there are elements of that that I miss. Creed, thanks for the 26 months. And the tier 3. You're very kind. One more day for your prime? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, for totally not Creed or whatever? Oopsies. That's bad. Don't do that. A sport tree crown, hey? Vokar the Milker has created Stistas Magolkol. Sport tree crown. This is true, Romanoid. This is true. You tried to get it synced, but alas, I think one is 30 days, and sometimes there's 31 days in a month, because I'm pretty sure Prime is 30 specifically. Well, let's take a look at this crown. It's actually pretty cool because it's a spore tree. The color's nice. This is a spore tree crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's pretty valuable too. It is encrusted with cushion-cut resin opals and decorated with spore tree and encircled with bands of rectangular rhyolite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of spore tree and menaces with spikes of tunnel tube. And gold and yellow zircon. On the item is an image of green devourers in copper. On the item is an image of hiccups. On the item is an image of an eye of Panopuzzo in rhyolite. On the item is an image of glaze papers, the jagged bright metal mace. Cool. Yeah, and everybody sees different sections of my stream, so when somebody says you don't do that, they need to realize that while that might not be wrong for this particular fort, it's very rarely the case for the entirety of the forts. And it does kind of irk me a little bit when somebody's just like, you don't do this. I don't know. Gold Scepter. We'll just do 3 per season.
Greetings one and all.
Greetings,
Back from
friendo.
vacation and nearly caught up with work.
It's been a while. I was wondering when I was going to see you again, because it's been a while. How was the vacation? Was the time away? Oh no, I know. I'm well aware that like I wouldn't have any of the like the vast majority of the audience that I have if it wasn't for the tutorials. Somebody just slammed a door beneath me, and it's like my chair shook slightly. The fuck was that? Yeah, no, I'm well aware that the majority of the audience that I have wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the tutorials. So it's a good thing I made them. I'm happy I did. That's just my only real regret. It's like I kind of miss the days when it was a bit more collaborative around these parts. I do. I don't have a champion because I, like, generally never assign one. They don't do much. Mostly all they kind of act as like a like an assistant teacher, like they train with other dwarves. That's about it. I don't generally assign one, because that's something I don't generally do. I do sometimes, but it's pretty rare. And this is also kind of what I mean. Like, I miss the days when it was just collaborative storytelling. Sometimes it's nice to not be interrogated about how you're playing a game, I suppose, but I'll stop complaining now. I do like my job. Vacation was great. 2 weeks turned into 3 via flight booking mistake. Oh, shit. Yeah, that sucks. I'm glad it was sorted. I'm not really doing a lot of military stuff, so there's no real reason to have a champion. It's just kind of a local defense force. It's sort of like how I don't ever really make a squad for my captain of the guard kind of deal. That explains why you just kind of vanished for a while, though, Celestine. And thanks for the 27 months. How's the library in the fort? Written any bangers? There was one book written, Eggy, by one of my scholars, and that's the only one that I'm aware of. Missed him, the miner. That would be why I didn't notice who it was, because I already missed him. Missed him, Bachbonism. Yeah, I mean, champions are one of those, they're kind of like dungeon masters where they don't really have a purpose. Also, in this fort's case, I'll be honest with you, I hadn't even fucking noticed I had it. I guess like that gets unlocked with Duchy, but which is correct. But yeah. They're just one of those things that like doesn't really have much purpose. So maybe once they have more purpose, it'll be something that I prioritize more, but for now, nah. Actually, let's do this first. Yeah, when dwarves have to lie, YouTube chat test successful and Nicky Von Turbo are talking about stairs. If dwarves have to lie down to path past each other, that's a hard sentence to say out loud, it can cause issues at times. I guess they can just walk around that way. I am amazed that didn't torch anybody, but it didn't, so yay. If a dwarf does something really impressive, yeah, I tend to agree. Actually, like that's usually when I think to do it. It's like, oh, like I assigned a champion once in a relatively recent fort where a dwarf like more or less soloed an army by themselves, and it was like incredible, and then got mortally wounded in the process and couldn't move their arms anymore, and it was like, you know, Dwarfy, you can have a reward for that and also not have to fight anymore. So I took them out of the military and gave them that position as a reward and gave them a nice bedroom. But like, that's kind of the most I ever really think about it, really. Just get all of this mined out. All if I see the corner I fucked up there. Why not just have them bite things to death? Because I didn't want them to die? And because they'd earned a retirement? I don't know. You could do that. I think maybe a dozen people asked me that during that fort, and my response was always like, well, they've earned their freedom. They've earned their retirement. Have you ever seen those memes of like oh, it's just his one last job? Well, he finished his one last job, damn it. Let the dwarf retire. He likes being in the tavern? Damn right. Just sits around and tells stories. That sounds like a vampire squad, not a wounded dwarf squad. The Black Knight Militia sounds like what you're talking about, though. I've had dwarves like that, Neezer. Yeah. Mostly thinking about it would be neat if dwarves had a hard stop wait to clear rather than slide by slide. They do the whole thing like the whole sharing time you mentioned because you were playing Railgate, which is about train management, which requires thinking about space things to operate. I have a feeling it might completely break the pathing and would require some pretty big recodes, but I have a hard time imagining that because of just how the game works right now. Yeah, I have no idea how that would function in the game, but I mean, who knows? Maybe. I try not to think about trains. Trains are cool, but I don't ever want to play games with trains. I shouldn't have paused that, but oh well. It's going to be paused for a while now. Arm is literally not okay. I mean, it's more like spine is not okay, Mr. Noobed in YouTube chat. Speaking of arm is not okay, I actually wonder how many people saw the... Like, when I stated in the video I uploaded yesterday, it's okay, Jupiter Hell gets it, or Doom the Roguelike gets it. I wonder how many people actually read what's on the screen in that scene. Because in that scene, I'm, like, commenting on the fact that it says blood for Armok, God of Blood, on the screen. I do actually wonder how many people stopped and read that. Because when I flash things on the screen super quickly, I do wonder. In your report, digging inside stone spirals that cross all three cavern layers, a very external wall fortification to the Forgotten Beasts keep arriving with their new terrific sprites, and your Dark Stores effectively dispose of them. A series of patrol routes and strategic bolt relocating points. This new update is awesome, goddammit. This game is pretty awesome in general, and things that make it clearer make it better. You know, I feel actually very similarly to this update as I do about the when they added left-handed and right-handed dwarves and redid all the weapon sprites on dwarves and added artifact weapons and more color variations. Like, that's all, like one of my favorite updates they put out in the last few years. Like, because I had that whole fort where all my dwarves were just wielding shields and they all had 2 shields. Right? But for the majority of the time I played that fort, they only had 1 shield. And then suddenly they had 2 shields, and it was the coolest thing ever. I really like that. Like, sprite accuracy, I think, does a lot for the game these days. With not a huge lift for the game. Them also had a fling with the queen. Yeah, that has to happen, I think, if they're the traitor. They need to be, like, somebody's mistress or, like... you know, significant other. Yeah. There's also, like, fighting sounds happening. It's not uncommon for this fort. Ground dick. Your tutorial vid saved you from 2 were lizards attack. Happy to help, mate. Yeah, I mean, it could be like test successful. Talking about like dwarves not in fact being able to path over top or underneath, the game would need to completely redo all of its pathing code, more or less. Like, you know, it's kind of the same reason that like something people keep asking for in Dwarf Fortress. People keep asking for like more debris left over from mining. But, yeah, I'm not sure actually what happened. I'm sure we'll find out in a moment. I don't think it was this Forgotten Beast, was it? Oh, no, it was in fact a Forgotten Beast. There is now finally a Forgotten Beast in my fortress. Lovely. Let's kill it. This thing has probably killed many other Forgotten Beasts. It has. It's also killed many random animals. It is an enormous one-eyed sauropod. It has a short horn and poison bite. Its rust scales are large and set far apart. It's just been very out of the way, so we never bothered going there to fight with it. Ekwu died and Burr has died, which is, you know, fine. Now somebody else is about to die, probably. Yep, there you go. It's Tekud, the miner, who's now dead. Deaded. And there's Katan and Cybrek and Odom here. And the next shredded dwarf, which was Cybrek. Here comes a Marks dwarf and one of my Hammerface, who's a mace lord using an artifact mace, who's bashing the Forgotten Beast repeatedly with Kankor, which is a gold mace. We also have a Marks dwarf coming around the corner, who is RXN Dumb, who's a very, very talented Marks dwarf, who's hopefully going to move forward anytime this year. Oh yeah, they're all set to station. I'll just tell them to kill it. That'll be easier. Starts firing bolts. Dwarf pops up behind it. Also fires, is probably also going to start firing bolts in a moment. How are your shots doing? Bronze bolt strikes Forgotten Beast. A second one strikes Forgotten Beast in the head, which fractures the skull. You haven't fired one yet. Over here we've got this artifact, which is a platinum spear. Very good for whacking, not very good for stabbing. The other Marks dwarf is going that way for some reason. As you continue to fire bolts. Sorry about that, Ekwu. More bolts are flying. I like the sprite even though it doesn't have the colors. I think it's unconscious now. Yeah, it is. It's winded at the very least. It is trying to fight back, but it's incapable of moving. The beast is about to die. The big question is which one of them will get the kill. Joining into the fight is Ezem, the swords dwarf, who's got a gold artifact axe. And looks like Eshen, the farmer here, one of my Marks dwarves, was credited with the kill, really? Really? Huh. Because was alternating between, like, Peachwood bolts occasionally and then the Bismuth bolts? Why? No, I mean, he fired a lot, but... I mean, hardly. It's a skilled Marks dwarf. I mean... Gold artifact axe. You want the artifact axe dwarf? Ezem? Yeah, I don't know what to name that dwarf. Anyway, it's just funny that he hit him in the eyelid. But Ezem... Creed, is completely careless with resources when working on projects, and invariably wastes a lot of time and effort. Does not find most jokes humorous and is often sad and dejected, is quite ambitious, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Takes effort help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and likes a little excitement now and then, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at cruddy weather. It probably bled to death, yeah, but it's just kind of funny that, like, the last shot would hit him in the eyelid. Because, the other two were just hitting it with basically blunt weapons, right? Like, the sword, the axe was blunt, the, cancor is a mace, and then the spear is very blunt because it's made of, platinum. But, he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and likes a little excitement now and then. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally, views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. YouTube. The first person in YouTube chat to come up with a funny nickname for a dwarf with a crossbow that makes me smile. I will name that Crossbow Dwarf. And Pyrope and Cave Floater Leather, or Warm Parchment. I'll also give it to the YouTube chat too, as well as the Twitch chat. So the two of you. Deadeye? Lazy? No. Would I? Would I? There's many puns there. Because he did shoot it with wood. Would I? Would I not? Likes dogfish for their dorsal spines, the sound of the cobalt boulders when possible prefers consume flounder, wine, and spelt beer, and spelt flour, and bark scorpions. You remember the bronze sect, you worship minerals and ore. Is that Dave Groller? No, Dave Groller's at the other end of the map. Flip. Is that in reference to something? Now I have to find the dwarf again. I mean, this one killed a forgotten... RXN Dumb killed... Or no, not RXN. Zulbon. Somebody else did. Where were you? I think it was Ashtan, wasn't it? Yeah. It's a male dwarf. He's got a beard. I don't understand the reference to flip the crossbowman. Is this like a flip the table thing? I guess I just don't get it. I'm actually going to go with... would I? Because it's a multi-layered pun, and I like multi-layered puns. Big fan of multi-layered puns. So another thing I need to do is I need to see, is there tomb jobs? No. Meaning I should probably go up to here. Yeah, all these are full. And place more coffins. And this is Lanix's tomb, so I should satisfy Lanix again by putting a bunch of these statues in it. I'm going with Would I, just because it seems like, you know, they shot wood into its eye, so Would I? It's just funny to me. That was also another one of my possible suspicions of why the game kept lagging. Was that Forgotten Beast? So... Is that a never-ending pit? Well, it was full of lava. I drained it and then built a stairway in it. But it goes all the way down to the lava sea, down here. And it goes all the way up. Oopsies. It starts at layer... Well, I started it at layer 34. It goes all the way down to layer 67. July's report's been posted. Yay! Also, I need to see if my my building payments have come out of my bank account because it didn't last month. Not related to the report at all. I was just something popped into my brain because it's that day. Are there any good juicy tidbits in that? I'll get that done over the weekend, most likely. I don't know if you've skimmed it or anything. It's not really a volcano. It's a partially formed volcano. It would have been a volcano if World Gen had gone differently. Uh-oh. Oh no, a child has been found dead. Found the culprit. I'm just gonna go here and place some weapon traps in here. Even if they're just minor, just something. Test received. Military construction is looking more concrete. What does that mean? Are dwarves learning how to make concrete? Because that's what I'm taking that to mean. Strip mine a layer. Why would I do that? Cool. Crocodile done. Are you asking if I'm strip mining a layer? No, I'm mining out an area that I turned to stone from lava. We have lots of new graphics for broken things. You know, I'm just gonna say this. I really wish that when somebody toppled a workshop, instead of just having the items go everywhere, it would just replace it with a broken workshop. I know that that's very gamey and also very like SimCity-ish when you just have like an abandoned house. But man, I wish I didn't need to like try and remember where I had a fucking clothes shop 6 weeks ago. You know? In your last world, dwarf worship many gods of death, fire, and wealth, 3 different gods, but mostly are not joining religions, which leads to you building dedicated temples to specific gods so they can pray more reliably. I very rarely do that. I usually just make one generic temple and then more as requested. Oh, speaking of requested, we're going to get requested to make a Weaver's Guild. A Weaver's Guild! Also, speaking of Weaver's Guild, we're also getting attacked now. So I'm going to send these squads to the top wall. It's in the dead of winter. We are being invaded. Wish me luck, chat. Also over this should be melted. Snowball fight, pretty much. So the dwarves are now pacing back and forth with some sort of metal bolts, and you need bolts. Dwarf, where's your bolts? Go get bolts. Does seem like a lot of them don't currently have. Here come all the snatchers. Quivers. Maybe I sold too many of my quivers. I thought I left enough, but Mark's dwarves are shooting. There's also a dead crocodile over there. This human's already dropped all their stuff. This goblin is wishing they didn't show up here, because they're gonna die in a moment. There they go. There's also some down here who decided to go get ammunition from elsewhere probably, and are now coming back with apricots and iron bolts, and are standing back and firing. I really want to try defending a fort with nothing but Mark's dwarves now, which is kind of, I guess, what we're doing now. More dwarves heading inside. Here they come. There's this guy over here. There's no dwarves on this side at the moment. They're on their way back. They just immediately begin firing. The bear is also getting shot at. Not the watch bear. Who watches the watch bear? That human tried to run in and is now trying to pick a fight with a child, which they will most assuredly lose. I don't think this human stands a chance against Stodier. You clearly have never seen a dwarven child like tantrum before. I mean, this child punches the human bowman in the tongue, and then again in the head, which twists the head, and also punches them in the upper leg, which bruises the muscle. In front of the golden crab gate statue. Yes. Another Mark's dwarf over there. And now they appear to be retreating. The question is, are you going to make it away? Or will my dwarves get you? They're still chasing you. Still shooting. You seem to be charging. It's kind of funny, when they drop their bow, they then try and melee. Like, they try and, like, stay at a safe distance until they drop their weapon, and then they try and run away. He's right there. And he died. There you go. Nice. No, so, this is a statue of a dwarf named Bambul Crabgate. So we've been calling it the Crabgate statue, who apparently was a baroness in the year 192. So 1,000 years ago, basically. He gets a 50 by 50 zone in the mind outlet. Meanwhile, Mr. Noobed in the YouTube chat says Baron demanded a tomb, so you got a 50 by 50 zone in the mind out layer until I got to making a nice one. Yeah, that works. Hey, you know, if it works, why change it? Made you hungry for crab cakes? I don't think I've ever had a crab cake. I've had fish cakes. I don't think I've ever had a crab cake. I've had tuna cakes many times. Wooden wall. Okay, nobody asked for about like wooden walls being on fire in reply. It's on the list. I assume there will be a number of horrifying problems with it related to magma, but we'll see what happens. There's a cup. What about ice walls? Anyway, but we'll see what happens. And there's a couple I can take that, and both are interesting. I'd swear that wooden floors could catch on fire in certain situations, but I might be like misremembering that. I'll probably test successful. It's just not something that like I've never been to a Red Lobster, as an example. Like, I feel like most people who live in North America have been to a Red Lobster. As far as I'm concerned, Red Lobster is a farce that never actually existed and was only ever TV commercials. Because I've only ever seen it in TV commercials. I've never encountered one in real life, and I've never been to one, nor have I seen one. Although I guess I could say the same thing about Olive Garden. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't eat that kind of seafood, really. If I'm eating seafood, I'm usually eating sushi, or I'm eating like something that's very fresh. And crab isn't something I go out of my way to eat ever. I believe it. I mean, that's the test successful says I had a roommate from Baltimore many moons ago, and a good homemade crab cake is otherworldly. I mean, I believe it. It's just not something I've ever eaten. It was just something that like just kind of occurred to me. I've got 2 nickel bars. Can I make nickel silver? Need zinc. If only I had zinc. I've seen them on a menu before. I've just never ordered them. Ordered them? Ordered them. It's like martyrdom, but ordered them. Oh, I know Red Lobster is bad. It's like like chain fish food. It is the same people as Olive Garden, is it not? Like I'm not saying that Red Lobster is good. It's just I was just trying to think of like any bad kind of accessible thing that a lot of people are probably close to or have been to. It's like White Spot for us here, is how I've heard it described. Although that's more like for burgers and stuff. We'll be back in a bit. Alrighty. Don't forget to pull your car out of the oven. But, Kalino, are you ready for your favorite holiday of the year next week? The one where Tarn shows up and is on my stream, which I hope everybody gets paid time off for. Man, could you imagine being cool enough that people got paid time off for, like, a special stream that a streamer does? So they want a Weaver Guild. Well, this ain't being used for much. Neither's that. Neither's that. So much overtime this week. I'm sorry. I mean, the VOD will be up, you know. I usually get it up within a day. Although it might take me longer than a day this time. Hello, Chains World. Thanks for tuning in today. Hope you're doing well. What, for Canada? I mean, Canada Day was yesterday, and it woke me up because they decided to put the fireworks on display, and then it woke me up, which was mildly annoying. Oh. Crud. Hate it when that happens. Trash Mac, thank you much. Actually, hold on. Can I deconstruct these? No. Okay. I get it. It's the weird mystery blocks that don't exist, because that's what happens when you embark in places you're not supposed to. All right, well, I need a place to put a thing. If you guys don't know who Trash Mac is, Trash Mac plays Dwarf Fort. You should go give Trash Mac a follow. Trash Mac is friend of the stream. Trash Mac is good people. Trash Mac make dwarf content. You like dwarf content? Watch Trash Mac for more dwarf content. You know, I think about that, like statements like that a lot, Clino, which is so-and-so restaurant used to be better. And I'm not denying it. I'm sure it used to be better. But was it really? Or did you just have worse taste? Because, like... also, DJ Empirical is also here, also makes dwarf content on Dwarf Channel. And should be followed. But yeah, I don't know. I do genuinely wonder this. Like... It's like, certainly, it probably was better. But was it? Was it? That's not the tool I wanted to use. This is the tool I wanted to use. Let's just get rid of these. And shitification applies to restaurants too. Okay, certainly. But as a society, 30 years ago, we had... And I say this about Canada specifically because that's my experience, but this does go for more than just Canada. We had significantly worse standards when it comes to food. So, like... Yes, things get worse over time. I'm not denying that, especially stuff like, you know, shrinkflation and all that. But is it really just that much worse, or was, like, the baseline worse to begin with? And I tend to lean the latter. There you go, Chains World. Appreciate you. So yeah, I don't know. Six of one, half dozen of the other, yeah. But no, certainly, I'm sure the new owners didn't help. I think that, like, in the last chunk of years, though, it is, like, there's definitely absolutely a huge amount of truth when it comes to chain restaurants and food places getting worse, specifically. But I do actually want, it's more just, like, do I just have better taste now, kind of thing, for me? Or is stuff, like, legitimately worse than it was? I don't know. Just something I think about too much now. Yeah, like, because there's probably some truth to both of them, I think. That was an adventure. I'm sure it was. Canada has been known to be an adventure. This is gonna look fucked up. I haven't even looked at Discord yet, so don't apologize for something I haven't noticed yet. Now I'm dreading it. But it's all good. I asked Telenartho about, like, mailing a book somewhere to my country, because Telenartho has a book, but I don't like reading ebooks at all. So I was like, hey, like, what are the odds that you could ship it to Canada? And then, like, turn my stream on and close Discord and haven't opened it since. You're long-winded? I mean, your name isn't George R. Martin, but... In the current case, they dropped the cold water vendors that they used to use for hot water for Thai seafood. One of my favorite, like, improvements to, like, a chain fast food place recently is... Subway cutting their deli meats in-house. They made this big deal about Subway now cuts deli meats in-house. But there's one problem. They cut them and then put them in the container the same way it was before. They don't cut them per sandwich. So there's literally no point. Is it fresher? Yes, slightly? Slightly. But like, why? You're just like offloading the manufacturing cost onto your underpaid employees. That's all it does. For the sake of trying to make themselves look better, but then somehow just make themselves look worse in the process. Oh, geez, okay. I wasn't expecting this to actually have no floor underneath it. Imagine, like, sleeping and then suddenly just, like, the ceiling caves in next to your head, because that's literally what just happened. Where's that cave crocodile? Oops, wrong tile. I think I'm just gonna set to defend the in-fort borough. Although you currently are... You injured? Why are you standing on that? That's probably what we're going to end up doing with these. Right now, let's just go Cave Crocodile. The other one. Instead of salami being cut fairly amicably en masse in a factory, it's now being cut by an underpaid teenager with questionable grasp of food safety standards. Yes, and also placing their thumb in places where it can get sliced off most likely, because why would they pay for training? That part I'm making up. But like, yeah, that's literally the only difference. There's no actual like material benefit to the food quality. It's now just slightly more expensive to set up a Subway franchise, I guess? I did nuke a kitchen with that, now that I look at it, though. So BC Hydro is doing something on my street, which is like our power company. And for like the 5th or 6th time today, just now, I heard somebody honking at them. Like, they have a flagger. Like, what are you doing, people in car? Oops. 500 normal and 500 jet specifically. Earlier, you were having some connection troubles. You asked if there was anything good in the reports, and maddeningly, it's one of those where you'll have to read back and understand his short answers. Maybe cement and concrete squad formations and deep goblins made... Deep goblins? Ooh, deep goblins? As in, like, working on goblins underground? Because goblins do have cavern access. That would be fucking cool. Man, now I just suddenly want to be able to hire the cavern invaders to go attack the goblins, you know? Just be like, hey, I know that we moved into your house here in the caverns, but what if I gave you 45 silver coins, and then you, instead of invading me, invaded these goblins? Go attack them. Just sending the fishmen and the amphibian men to just, like, go attack the goblins. I'd be here for it. Also, this is kind of a very roundabout way right here of me expanding the size of my tavern. Very roundabout. Hear me out, guys. What if, instead of fucking with us, you fucked with them instead? This is for a Weaver's Guild? Got 52 farmers, good lord. 12. Okay, well. Set it to members only. Oh. Did I never queue up gold tables? I thought I did. God table? Glod. Gold. Throne. And then also, because chaos is happening, there's a bunch of rotten dwarves down here. I'm going to just go over here real quick and do this. And then I'm going to use my favorite DF hack command, which is burial-c. Could we also see Goblin Siege's attempt to infiltrate through caverns and dig their way in if necessary? Caverns, goblins as well, a bit tricky since there is the potential underground map rewrite stuff changing how it works since armies already have to transit the world map. I don't think this will happen, but I wish that would open up the ability for, this happens every now and again. A product you have registered has been revoked from your account by the publisher. I know why, because it was an old demo, but it just popped up full screen on my account with like a Steam window. Anyway, I really hope that or would like that to open up the ability for migrants to come through the caverns. That'd be super cool. I'd be so happy if that was the case. Because that's something I've wanted for a really long time. There we go. This is what we want. This is a demo for a game that has since released, so they're not killing anything, and this is what happens when you work in press, you know, in The tech side, if you review a graphics card, a lot of the time you have to return it after you're done reviewing it. In video games, sometimes they'll give you preview builds that are not representative of the final product that sometimes they revoke access to after the fact. It's fine. It's got nothing to do with killing video games. Please don't vilify me here. That's a very sensitive subject. Although, go sign that fucking petition if you live in the UK or the EU. Satisfy that. Jump back up here. See the petition's at 88%. Let's go. Hell yeah. No, there's a UK one, Stone. There's one for the EU and one for the UK. There's both. So if you haven't signed it, go sign it, please. You can link it, chat, if you want. There's a petition which was started by Ross Scott, which is essentially requesting laws to be put in place so that games with an online component need an end-of-life plan rather than just simply sunsetting the entire thing and revoking access to the game. That's what this is, or what's briefly being mentioned, I suppose. But you can only sign the petition if you are from either the UK, because there's one for the UK, or from the EU, and I'm not from either of those places. Oh, you're making a Brexit joke? Okay, went over my head. Mubby. On the subject of eating crustaceans and mollusks, you're about to cook up your garden snails and have some escargot? Like wild snails? That seems brave. Although I know nothing about cooking snails, so I'm just assuming that that's brave. Bamboo the Weaver's been found dead. Bruh. Oh. Probably a crime that was committed. Captain of the Guard did that one. I don't need you to talk about stealing in my chat. That can get me in trouble. So I'm gonna bop that message. Some things are better left unsaid. No, not lol. Just don't say it. Like, actually, you can get me in trouble? I mean, you're not really making your case better, mate. So, just respect my request, and we good. You gotta remember, I am on a corporate platform where I can get in trouble, so... Common brown snails you got in the US were brought over by the French migrants, and they are escargot snails, and they are delicious. I'm sure. There's a lot of things that people put outside, close to where snails eat, to kill animals, that I wouldn't trust eating, so. But hey, you know, if it works for you, it works for you. You're just not me. Like, I think back to that guy that ate a slug and died. Whenever that one was on the news a couple years ago. But also, you know, what do I know? I mean, eating escargot is just a butter delivery mechanism. It's like eating garlic butter, which is just, or garlic bread, which is just a garlic and butter delivery mechanism. So like, I got nothing against escargot. Escargot in and of itself is fine. I don't know if I would eat any live critter out of my garden. Not intentionally anyway. I've certainly eaten like flies that flew into my mouth when I was walking through my garden, but, or various mosquitoes. But anyway, the statement, I guess, Society Man, is please do not brag about stealing things in my chat, because that can actually just get me in trouble. I don't appreciate. There is a term that OneQuill18, I don't know if he coined it, but I heard it from him first, which is, you're more than welcome to talk about borrowing things from the Swedish Public Library, but the second you start talking about theft, we have a problem. So please, don't get me in trouble. Let's do furniture. Let's just do 20. And then 10, and then you over here, you're just gonna start cutting gems. Actually, I'll just do cut gems here. Cut gem. Monthly. The amount of rough gems is greater than 50. Do 30. That was the wrong button. Trying to do astrophotography and getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. Yeah, just keep your mouth closed, you know? For whatever it's worth, the screenshot button is on the numpad on this keyboard. So keep hitting it. They bite your palms. Oh, God! That's. Do you have bug spray? May I introduce you to my best friend, Bug Spray? I always take that friend camping. That's kind of a necessity. To not die. Can be fun with random screenshots. That's how you out your friends who play hentai games, right? No, I've actually been really happy with this keyboard so far. It's been a long time since I bought a new keyboard, so I've been pleasantly surprised that I haven't had like more friction with it, but I've been quite happy with it. Happy with the quality, the build, just about everything. Which has been real nice. That's not the newest feature, but yeah. Mark with private is a pretty good feature. It's also useful if you're like, have super early access to an anticipated game that you don't want people on your friends list to know about, and you have to make your profile private. Twitch, so it's fun homemade treat. Gordon Ramsay made a little vid on how to do it. It's great. Like print screen button or the Steam screenshot button feature, which is F12. So I don't know if it's Steam or if it's this keyboard or if it's Linux, but there is a print screen button that is right above a secondary one, like, because there's the one with like the scroll lock and all of those and the delete and page up, page down. But there's one to the left of it, which is right next to a calculator hotkey, which just pops up my calculator when I tap it. Like I hit it and then boom, then calculator appears, which is actually really useful. I really like that hotkey. But right next to it, there's a second print screen button, and so I'll be doing stuff on the numpad, and then I'll hit the screenshot button, and it does the same thing that Steam does. Oops, although I don't actually have the game selected right now, so it does that when I hit it. And I hit it by accident pretty frequently. But it just auto ties into Steam's screenshot function. So I'm not sure who's added in that functionality. That's what I mean by accidental cave-ins, by the way. These kinds of things. That's fine, nobody died. New hat on the, like for subscribing? Oh, for the, that you purchased. You know, I haven't looked at merch in a minute because literally nobody has bought anything since like the 10th of June or something was the last one. It's like mid-June was the last time somebody bought something from the merch store. So it's been a while. And because of that, I've kind of forgotten about it a little bit. But yeah, no, I'm glad you like the hat. I was expecting to not be happy with the quality of them, but I was pleasantly impressed. There are tools that can replicate that functionality if you want to hit copy paste to replace it. I didn't realize I had so much black bronze, jeez. You played a game once on Steam, set it to private on and Discord was like, "You're playing a game. Let's show your friends." That's funny. So did you get any DMs? Or is it just like this permanent fear of playing that game forever? Beer battered eel. You saying beer battered eel just reminds me of those videos of that Japanese beer that people put a live eel in and then chug. So that mental image is now in my brain. No, that's a drinking game, actually. Basically, nobody was awake, and just to be safe, you know, for future reference, Shaku, do you want a tip?
You can have multiple profiles on your OS.
Make a separate profile. And a separate Steam account. Or the same Steam account, I mean. Just private the game immediately and then, like, sign into a new profile so you don't have to worry about turning off Discord. Because it just won't be signed in. Speaking of OSs, have any of you guys seen that article about the Microsoft engineer that made a Linux fork? Or a Linux distro, I guess? Designed to look as much and act as much like Microsoft Windows as possible. I kind of want to try it on my laptop. For one specific reason. I think that might be a way to get my parents onto Linux. Windows coming to Linux systems near you, Run. No, this is just something he made on his own time. Windux? No, it's like out in OS. Hold on, let me grab it. It should be like Wingdings, except Wingdix. This. Lindos, that's... Linksdos! There it is, if anybody in YouTube chat wants to see it. Racehorses. I mean, you just need friends who, like, are comfortable with themselves, because meanwhile, I go to my Steam friends list and I see my friend Kevin playing Butt Slapper, and I'm like, the fuck are you doing? He goes, it's great, it has physics. I'm like, uh-huh. Sure it does. Hi, Zalvi. What a time to show up. Good to see you. It's literal. I looked at it. It's literally cookie clicker, but butts. Butts. Nah, this is fine for right now. I will dig out all this, though. I'm not... Okay, so not to nitpick or anything, but you say that you're playing a Society Man. You're playing a visual novel where it is a world with human animals. I'm not going to read any more of that sentence because you explain it. Aren't we animals? Already? Like... I mean, I presume they're like... well, here's what it says. They say it's like... So, like, dog brain and human body and with a little human intelligence, and they're all cute girls. Naturally. But, like... Aren't we already animals? Okay, so it's slavery fetishizing. Got it. But, like, are we not animals? You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals? Twitching hour? So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. What year is it? I haven't heard that song since I watched Gamer! And yes, I watched that movie. It wasn't very good. I do not recommend it. It's a bipedal humanoid with a large cranium and tuber and a horse mane. That's just a really long mohawk what go down your neck, right? Second, someone brings C# development tools to Linux, you're never touching Windows again. Hey, nerds in chat, is there a C# development tool for Linux? I need somebody to put their money where their statement is. I mean, yeah, I guess there's Vim. VS Code, Vim, JetBrains, right? JetBrains, right? That's a series of words that I never saw to see in a order. I mean, yeah, that's always the thing that like I've discovered is like I used to always say it's like, well, I can't move to Linux because I need Adobe. Turns out I really don't actually need Adobe. I thought I did, but what I really needed was I needed to learn software that wasn't Adobe. And now I've learned software that isn't Adobe and it's fine. I mean, Proton hasn't changed everything, but it has certainly changed a lot of things. Wait, are you telling me, Letterin, that you've never taken the dog out before? That seems like animal abuse. Is the dog okay? Is this a cry for help? I mean, I run Chrome on Linux sometimes because I have to. There's a handful of websites for things that I do that require Chrome to sign in. Which sucks, but every now and again you need to run, every now and again, maybe you don't, but every now and again I need to run a Chromium browser for something. Regardless of if I like it or not. So whenever I need to do that, I don't use Edge, but I use Chromium usually. Feels slightly less icky. Since we're talking about Linux now, I do have to state that I find it fucking hysterical that in the year 2025, I've watched more than one PewDiePie video. That's the first thing I think is funny. And I don't hate it. Like, guys fucking self-hosting stuff on his Steam Deck because just the line in that last thing that he uploaded of I need to uninstall Arch from my Steam Deck so that I can install Arch on my Steam Deck, and he's like, shut up, I know this is stupid. PewDiePie is rich. His life is a side quest at this point. And he seems like he's legitimately having fun with it, so I do have to say that that part of it is kind of actually quite endearing. Oh yeah, no, I know, later on. No, he's just delving really deeply into Linux rabbit holes. Which, honestly, is probably a good thing, because the world needs more of those people. Why does he want to put Arch on his Steam Deck so that he could use it to self-host a password manager. Because he didn't want to pay for a password manager. And I think an email server? There was something else he was running on it. Over Wi-Fi, which makes me want to throw up, but you know. I presume, because it's not like it was plugged in. I mean, it's just a computer. As long as it doesn't leave the house. Why not use a laptop? Why not a Pi? He had reasoning for it. I was too busy laughing. Probably because memes and it's funny. I don't know. No, Equo. I'm pretty certain the answer is no. But chat could confirm if I'm wrong. Well, Society Man says yes. As far as I know, the answer is no. So I guess you'll be the you'll be the one doing the discovery here. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I would just check the wiki. The wiki would probably tell you. I have another ghost. Do I have two ghosts named Aerith? Oh, I just haven't placed it. And people have been looking at wikis less and less. I think it's probably just an age different thing, you know? Like a generational thing. I had somebody tell me once in chat that they don't look at wikis because that's cheating. Which is absurd to me, but I guess to a degree I could kind of understand it. I haven't seen a notification that they're dead. They escaped from prison briefly and ate a bunch of people earlier. I mean, I've done that before and regretted it. It's like the one guy on YouTube who started making Let's Plays about Dwarf Fort, and his whole pitch was, I'm not going to look at the wiki, and I'm not going to watch any guides. I'm going to go in entirely blind, and then lasted like 3 weeks. Which was kind of tough to watch, actually. Just raw dogging DF. I can do that on a flight. I can't do that with some video games. Also, what is it with the current generation and all of the things that used to mean different sex terms meaning like normal things in life now? Are we just trying to confuse the grown-ups these days? Is that what this is? Is this like Zoomer way of confusing everybody else. Like raw dogging. Yeah, that means something different. Glazing. Yeah, that doesn't mean what you think it does. But I mean, that's not wrong. But I guess if that's just the logic behind it, but play Darkest Dungeon on your Switch and you had open tabs for different areas on your phone, and then you go into an airplane mode for flight. Yeah, sounds right. No, totally. But I don't ever recall it being that blatant. Uh-oh. Sorry, Dwarf. Get out. Alright, so now they can just make baby burbs. I mean, I'm not knocking it. I'm more just, like, kind of amused, I guess. I don't know. 'Tis the most, like, yeah, that's what kids do thing. It's just kind of fun to see it happen in real time, you know? It's like, oh, this is what it feels like to get old. I mean, I laughed so hard when I first learned what scumbag means, so... Especially because it's like the most 1950s thing. When middle schoolers get a hive mind status and just develop new lingo, it is how it is. I mean, it's not really hive mind. It's they all get obsessed with the same thing and then take its lingo. I mean, for us, it was red versus blue and shit like that. And now it's, skibbity toilet. You're partial to smeghead? I don't think I've heard that one before. What it? Explain, please? Explain like I'm a adult who doesn't know any better. Oh, I've never seen a second of Red Dwarf, so that'd be why. I saw an ad for it once. Don't look it up. K-Dad. I mean, that would upset me too, later on. Red Dwarf is fucking hilarious. Everybody said that. I've heard this. You have the power, Leitebe. It's also not the first, nor will it be the last time I've said it. It's just like it's not the first nor the last time I will say baby shark. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not the gotcha you think it is. I remember in the early 2000s where everything was cool and tight. Oh, yeah. No, I get it. Things are still pretty cool and tight. Except for outside right now. That's decidedly not cool. In fact, I would go so far as to say it's pretty hot, actually. Sounds like somebody tried to type do it and, like, hit the T instead of a D. Yeah, I don't know. I've got nothing against young people slang. I think it's fun, actually. Learning that stuff is fun. It's like I realize and just kind of accept that I will never keep up with it again because I'm not a child anymore, and I have other things to do with my time. But at the same time, it is still fun to follow, and I'd be lying if I said anything else. You have to, like, presume I have zero fucking clue what you're talking about, Krampus, and I have zero fucking clue what you're talking about, so. I've watched Austin Powers when I was shorter than my arm is long. Yeah. I watched that movie once when I was a child. And I'm pretty sure I also didn't see it in full. I would argue that's good parenting, because having tried to watch Austin Powers as an adult, I'm good. There are plenty of things that my parents did that could have been better, but you need to be like 13? Exactly. Which is why I'm saying it's good parenting. The last time I watched Kung Pao, I was extremely stoned, and I think that's the right state to be in while watching Kung Pao. I will say, I did watch Johnny English, though. I've never seen Tropic Thunder in full. I've seen chunks of Tropic Thunder many times, so I've probably seen most of that movie, but I've never actually just sat down and watched that movie from end to end. You know, it depends on who you ask, Krampus. I've had long discussions with people about how horrible that movie is, and I've seen people have long discussions about how great that movie is. So I think it really highly depends on who you are. It's very meta Hollywood. Lots of movies are very meta Hollywood. Like, you know how The Matrix was, like, super meta and cool for its time? And now, since then, a lot of things have done similar things that, like, kind of ruin the bit. I do wonder that about movies like Tropic Thunder, where at the time, certainly very meta Hollywood, but I wonder. I mean, people enjoy self-flagellation for the same way that they enjoy self-praise, right? It's fun to make fun of yourself. It's also fun to prop yourself up. You're scared about the Naked Gun? Now that's something I have seen, the Naked Gun. My grandma loved Naked Gun. I'm torn about the Naked Gun remake because I really like Liam Neeson. You're back. Also, you forgot you're doing your offline shifts for the first quarter of your shift, so off to be lazy. Well, there you go. You know, the last thing I saw Leslie Nielsen in, or the last thing I watched with him in it was Creepshow. So my brain associates him with being a psychotic billionaire who drowns people for fun. Just for shits. Like, if you haven't seen Creepshow, by the way, that's a good piece of TV that ages pretty well. Because it's got such a cartoony look to it that, like, it doesn't matter that it's just, like, cheeseball now. Also, we're in an ad break. Kind of amazed those elves haven't attacked me yet. I'm also kind of amazed that, like, royals haven't arrived yet. We'll see you later, society man. Take care of yourself. It hits differently when you see OJ? Yeah. Yeah. You see, Airplane's another movie I didn't like. Like, I saw Airplane as an adult, and I don't like Airplane. I don't think that movie's, like, painful to watch. Like, I think, like, individual jokes from Airplane, hilarious. Watching Airplane, almost impossible. It's like the person who thinks that kicking a dead horse is funny, and then an hour and a half later, they're still kicking the same dead horse. And you're like, what are you doing? But like in like a meme format as like a way to just send somebody a meme, Airplane is great. Oh, I know. It's like a parody of Snakes on a Plane, right? But like, I don't know. I just, to me, I think like Airplane is a very good example of time and place humor. Like, I get why people think that movie's funny, but a movie that I wonder how well it ages, because I fucking loved that movie when I first saw it, is A Fish Called Wanda. Was Snakes on a Plane 30 years later? Okay, well then I don't even fucking know what I'm talking about then. Take everything that I have for granted. I am an uncultured swine, apparently. Another dwarf was found dead. Surprise! Oh, it's another one of these. I'm starting to remember now why I locked all these. I think I may actually just get these dwarves training down here. Just for a bit. Until I get a better solution set up here. Because this needs to stop. Where was I? I was down... Not quite here. I'm further up. Yeah, I'm up here.
How dwarfs the fortress?
The fortress dwarf's pretty good. Alexander, how are you? Welcome back. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for the 6th month. Fixed, it depends, it works. So, fixed, there's never been UI zoom in any other version of Dwarf Fortress. There was a DF hack tool that allowed you to zoom without zooming in the UI, but vanilla has never had that. Tarn has addressed it a couple of times where he says that would require some pretty major code rewrites and hasn't addressed it again. Do I think it will be fixed? I don't know, maybe. Lower your resolution. Kobolds have arrived. They're gonna run away. I'll see you later, Neezer. But yeah, I do actually wonder how well A Fish Called Wanda would age. Because I haven't seen that movie in a very long time. And I was extremely fond of that movie at one point. Possibly my favorite comedy heist movie. Not that that's a super wide genre with a lot of entries, but... You saw it again recently. A Name says A Fish Called Wanda is great. Has anybody here seen that movie? Temporarily uninstall. It's called putting yourself in the headspace of a different time, right? Just waiting for that to happen again. Is joke? I mean, I presume. And I is overthink joke, because that is what I do. I don't actually think they can get to this currently. What am I digging for again? Well, I'm not going straight to hell. I'm going around the edges of what could go straight to hell. Or trying to, anyway. If I was going straight to hell, I'd be there already. But no, I'm trying to skim the perimeter of what could go to hell. So I can become a mountain home, ideally safely, and get a pretty good idea of where the underworld begins, so that I can build around defeating hell, because I would like to defeat hell in this fortress. Because I think that would be fun. Well, found some lava. The sapphire will melt, the rubies will melt probably. Looks like it was just the one level with the lava. Although, actually, let's just dig through this. Just like this. Although, maybe I should channel through this and then... Yeah. No, we'll just dig through so I can channel through that. It's a bit of a slog to get through. You quite like look around you because it's very digestible and I can nearly quote most of the first episodes. The first season aged really well. Because it, like Dad's Army, was already... I haven't heard of any of these things you're referencing. Although my like sitcom comedy knowledge is like non-existent, basically. UK shows, that'd be why. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really considered myself to be much of a fan of comedy, just in general. It's always been very hard to make me laugh and I've always found it really difficult to relate and find comedy funny. Even if by all counts it is very funny. There's always been like a small handful of comedians who I've enjoyed. Like I've always liked bits of Robin Williams stand-up. Or just Robin Williams' movies in general. But like, it is very often like, I won't like a comedian or I won't like a certain person's movies, but then they make a non-comedic movie and I really enjoy it. Like, I fucking hate Adam Sandler. Dude makes me mad. Like, ridiculously mad. Like, on levels where, like, I shouldn't be mad. But he makes me very mad. Yet, one of my favorite movies of maybe the last 10 years is Uncut Gems, which is, like, a serious drama with Adam Sandler in it. Like, I fucking adore Uncut Gems. That movie's incredible. But, like, you know, it's him flexing and actually acting instead of, you know, just renting out a resort with a bunch of his friends. But at the same time, like, I really like the IT crowd. You're sorting Lego and building, Mark Gould? I'm gonna have to do that. Probably this fall, or whenever my parents give me my old Lego collection back. They just have to find it. Was the last thing I heard about it. Is that they didn't know where it was. It's in the attic somewhere. Never been able to get into stand-up. Recently, I've been getting into, like, Josh Johnson, but we were talking about him yesterday, and he's very much not your normal stand-up comedian. Game's hitching again. Probably because of the digging. Uh-oh. Seeing lava. And in comes some water. Which will hopefully help put out those diamonds. Probably not. It's not actually that much water. Oh boy. What the fuck am I up to? More like down to. And I'm down to the lava sea, and I've drained a chunk of it, and I am turning it into a hospitable area slowly, as well as chiseling away at the spires in the basement with the goal of hopefully getting to acquire a little bit of adamantine and maybe digging too deeply and greedily. Oh. Gem bin. Let's just bring that gem bin over. Trade 1 or 2 gems. I don't know what that is. Let around. I like how Mark Gould tunes in, talks about working on Lego, and then like just joining in a few seconds, I was like, what the fuck are you up to? Like in YouTube chat, this is how this progresses. Hello. Hello from Edmonton. I'm sorting Lego and building. Just joining. What the fuck are you up to? Like, just minutes later. Welcome to my world, young Padawan. You have much to learn, it seems. It's a game show by Dropout TV. Oh, isn't that the people that used to be College Humor? Right. I'm good. That's something I think I've just kind of accepted. I will never get into game shows. Ah. Somebody was dumb and took a nap on the vampire's sleepy bed. Although, actually, were you arrested? Because if so, then this is working as intended. Nope, you were just dumb and took a nap. Well, I mean, what can I say? Just a little leapy? More like just a little dead. Uh-oh. Beekeeper's found dead completely. Another one? Excuse me? Why? Why would you do that? Don't sleep on that bed. That's the dumb bed. You're saying these names like I'm supposed to know who these people are, Ledoran, and I have no idea who you're talking about. But it's all good. I mean, like, I've encountered the YouTube channel or like Dropout TV once or twice, which is weird because it's usually in the context of like I'm getting linked to old college humor clips and it's like, why? What? Oh, right, okay. It's like, did they all get canceled or something? Like, what happened? At this point, I think when it comes to comedy and me, and I guess this goes all the way back around to when Austin Powers started this whole discussion, I think it's mostly not for me. Generally. And that one person on YouTube would be like, oh, it's because you think you're so funny, or guys who keeps commenting on my videos when I talk about not liking comedy, and it's like, no, I think I'm just at a point in my life where I want to watch old action movies and horror movies and like hard sci-fi. I don't need to laugh. It's very hard to make me laugh. I'm the sort of person who I don't laugh when I'm by myself, especially. Like, to me, laughing is kind of a communal thing. So it's really hard to watch something where it's like, this is funny and I'm going to laugh, especially if I'm by myself. And if I'm watching stuff by myself. And because that's a very communal thing for me, watching comedy just kind of makes me sad. Have I seen Andor? Fuck no, I'm not going to give Disney money. The hell's wrong with you? we all have to pick our battles, mate. Yeah, see, that stuff just makes me mad most of the time, Jangles. Like, comedy does one of two things. It makes me depressed, or it just makes me kind of... Wait, conversational humor. It either just makes me mad or it just kind of makes me sad. Is like the only real emotional response I have to it. It's like I enjoy Josh Johnson, but I also don't actually think he's that funny. I like the way he explains things. Lanix meets with the elf diplomat Anya. How are we not at war yet? I don't get it. There's no way I'm chopping down less trees than the amount that you ask. It's a very stylish name for a movie, DJ. But no, to re-answer that question from YouTube chat, I have no interest in Star Wars these days. When I was younger, oh shit, there's a beaver. I have to buy that because I'm from Canada. There was a point when I was a young child where I really liked Star Wars, and I would say that I've largely grown out of it. I just kind of have no desire to have more of it. I think there's a world where maybe I didn't end up like this and continued enjoying Star Wars, but at this point I just don't want to give like Disney money for things, and I don't really have any interest in watching new Star Wars stuff. I watched the Raid. I rewatched the Raid Redemption and the Raid and what they call the second one. Is it just the Raid 2? I think it's just the Raid 2. I rewatched the Raid Redemption and the Raid 2. I also watched Hard Boiled. That was fucking great. It's also free on YouTube. And the last horror movie I watched was The Witch. The sequel's pretty good too, Jangles. They can just live up there for now. And I have a Radar Beaver. Oh, The Lighthouse was also very good. I should watch Nosferatu. Fighting with the helmet snake. This is true. I'll do it, Reno. Elves don't like it when you chop down trees, Hermans. What is a cavern tree called? They're called cavern trees. Yes, they count as trees. In my headcanon, they're like severing the mycelium network, which is how trees can transport nutrients from one place to another, but also how they transfer, like, basically vitamins to each other and can keep each other alive if there's a healthy mushroom network beneath them. So in my headcanon, it's the equivalent of, like, hacking out their internet connection, which I think is kind of funny and also relatable because I'd be mad if somebody cut my internet lines. Oh, damn it. I built this one too small. I really get that people like and want different things from movies. Your Gramps would only really watch sports and old westerns, and nothing else really had his interest. And it's about what. That's why so many like people from the Boomer generation ended up watching Star Trek, because early Star Trek is literally just a spaghetti western in space, which is really funny actually. Going back and watching early Star Trek, it's like, oh wow, like a lot of this age is fucking terrible because it's just a spaghetti western in space. But I still kind of love it. Hello, Hackeruno. How is you in the YouTube chat? I mean, a lot of Eggers like horror films today are more like very heavily psychological, like thrillers, more so than horror. But I don't know. I mean, my favorite movie of all time is the first Halloween. Well, John Carpenter's Halloween. Seconded and only barely seconded. It's kind of a tie. It depends on the day you ask me, actually. Between that and The Thing, so I really like The Thing. The Thing is very good. Big fan of The Thing. Although there's something about The Thing that's really funny these days, or in the current year, explaining The Thing to people because they're like, why do you like that movie? It's like, well, it's literally Among Us, the movie. When you pitch people it as Among Us the movie, they are a bit more receptive to it if they don't normally like horror films. Haven't seen it. I'll do it, Reno. The last like horror series I watched was The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix. So a while. It's been a while. I really liked the first season of American Horror Story. I used to whistle, the little whistly thing that they do in that movie to scare my coworkers late at night. It's a good time. Good memories. You love those practical effects and weird creatures. It's just a really violent stage play, is what that era of horror film was. That seems bad, Dastot. Well. I'm not actually positive what happened. I mean, obviously it caved in, but... Rip Dorf goes splat. I give Apple TV money, but I give streaming services money the same way. I pick something I'm going to watch a bunch of things on that I have a backlog that I want to see, that I'm willing to pay for, and then I pay for 2 or 3 months and unsubscribe immediately. And then I wait 2 or 3 months and I do it again. So currently I'm on Apple TV. But I've got 1 or 2 more shows I want to watch and then I might unsubscribe again. I've had it for a week and a half and I've watched all of Severance. So far I've gotten my money's worth. I mean, you could say that about a whole lot of horror movies, to be honest. I'm not sure they can get there. Let's see if you're going to the right one, Brian. I threw my remote across the room and cursed at the screen when the last season ended, and I'm still mad about it, but it's a pretty interesting show. I need to turn brewing alcohol back on pretty soon. The remakes of those old horror films are almost never as good as the originals. Poor remote. It deserved it. It has a Netflix button on it. Like, verbally? That sounds like really, 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 really exhaustingly loud and busy. Hakuno, how do you, like, search between them? Or, like, decide what's going to be played and what isn't? In YouTube chat, Hakuno says, I made a Dwarf Fortress mod that narrates events in real time, like Eurist's leg is broken, the potter needs materials and such. That sounds... that sounds oppressively constant. Wizard needs food badly is my personal favorite. The hell happened to you? Did you set yourself on fire? The dwarf must have set themselves on fire. They were choking on smoke underground. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gifts. I haven't been complaining about it, but I don't think I actually hit the daily minimum today. I haven't looked, though. That might get me there. Barely. It's been quiet today. But thank you. Appreciate you. No, it's all good. It's that time of year. I should have low expectations in the summer. And you know what? I generally do. Generally. Just waiting for these ads to end because we're in an ad break on Twitch. But thank you, Tibe, for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciate that. Nobody toppled you? If you want to be at the top of a leaderboard forever, just go for the bits leaderboard, because very few people use bits these days. Like, as I've said many times, my bits revenue is like 10% of what it was 2 years ago, but the gift sub revenue is significantly higher. People just gift subs now. Which is fine. I mean, it makes ads go away. Like, gifting subs is great. I've got no issues with that. It's how you get to the top of the leaderboard now. Did that not put it out? God damn it. Gonna well, let's do this. Unique owns. What kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? I mean, this is just a personal thing. If you have the option, I would prefer you use Twitch as a way of giving streamer money than using the incognito options. The incognito options are mostly there if you don't want to advertise it, which is up to you. But the reason I'd prefer you use Twitch is if people throw money at streamer through Twitch, even though I get less money, it reminds other people they should probably throw money at streamer occasionally when they can afford it, which is better for me. Like, coffee is kind of the last way. I'd prefer you give me money. It's a demo, so maybe once the game's out, certainly. Dylan, waiting until August. I mean, just maybe don't throw it at me. That sounds painful. But you'd like a minor. Do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Unique owns. So you are using ChatGPT to teach ChatGPT all of your information for free. That seems like a terrible idea for a mod. Hard pass on that. Glorious beard, of course. I know. Some people want an inglorious beard. Or an outglorious beard. Or an e-glorious beard. Or a B-glorious beard. Just let me finish doing this and then we'll get you bearded. I mean, I kind of figured they were using an LLM when they're saying it's narrating Dwarf Fortress, and it still sounds awful, though. Here, you can have this one. Unique owns soldier bells, soldier bells, soldier bells. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Is impervious to the effects of stress and dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He's a friendly individual and tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He clicks his tongue repeatedly when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. The only, like, use case I could see for that is, like, a accessibility tool, but, yeah, no, I have zero interest in that. You know, whenever people pop into my chat and just immediately start talking about a mod they make, there's this weird, like, tick in my brain that's like, you're just here to self-promote. Personally sees lying as an important means to an end, and thinks friendship is important, and sees introspection as important, and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes alabaster and fine pewter and amethyst and flying squirrel bone and the color pale taupe. Gems, or sorry, suns, not gems, and splints and common skates for their flat bodies and round wheels. Just saying. And prefers to consume mackerel, lychee wine, cowpeas, not cow, anyways, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. And do yourself a favor, Hakuno. Please don't just pop into my chat for the purpose of self-promoting your crappy GPT mod. It's not really appreciated in the slightest. Go promote it in official channels where you're allowed to promote such things. Do flying squirrels even drop bones? Good question. I don't know. Giant flying squirrels probably do. It's probably not what I wanted. Yeah, the freezing's back. I'm starting to think it's probably just because of where we're digging right now, but that's got to just be overall pathing. It still is kind of a pain in the ass. I know there's like giant flying squirrels, which could probably drop bones, but yeah, I don't know. I doubt it. Although there's all kinds of things where it's like, I don't, it's like when they say that they prefer to eat spiders. It's like, well, the only way for them to eat spiders is to literally be starving to death and then search for a small animal and happen to find a spider and eat a spider, which means if like that dwarf is starving to death and they start to search for a small animal and then they eat a random small bug or something and it just happens to be a spider, they'll get a happy thought. Which is, you know, kind of amazing, but I don't know how you would make something out of something's bone when you can't make anything out of that thing's bone. Hey, finally! Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage, and your thriving site is now the capital. With continued fortune and toil, something true mountain home legends may now be written. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Look at what we have here. Only if they want to eat, like, live bugs, basically. Like that one dwarf that I found who prefers to eat mosquitoes. We've made it, friends. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. What danger? King arrives, immediately gets eaten by a vampire. We've got a random trader. Okay, well, where's the king then? Oh, there you are. Nepe. Glad nurture. Isn't that... Yeah, that's... It's a human faction. Huh. And also you have a human name. And your mother is a pug. That's... Your father's name is Fight God. Was this like an Alliance of Kingdoms thing? No, it's not an alias. Because they were part of the faction. I mean, no, it's definitely not an alias. So... It says it right there! Her mother is a pug! APUG! It's been hitchy recently. Raw reviewer asking about the frame rate. But when it's running, it runs good. I'm not sure what's causing the hitching, though. It's definitely something. I'm just not entirely positive what. All right, so... I need to start making booze and whatnot again. But... This dwarf is part of a human faction. Now, this human faction is based mostly up here. Now, some of you might remember when I was playing in this fort, Filthammer, which we are allied with apparently, which is a different faction. When I was playing in Filthammer, I saved a lot of dwarves. Or characters. They weren't dwarves. They were necromancer experiments from around here. They were all previously members of that human faction. Meaning that faction has slaves. Now the question is this dwarf one of us and gonna take us to war against that human faction? Or do I kill her and go to war with the humans? Yeah, well, this isn't reality, Letterin. So if you're looking for reality, go back to reality, where you can have enough of war. This is Dwarf Fortress, where we do Dwarf Fortress things. Yucky? Well, go watch somebody else's stream then. Don't you come at me. See, even that statue agrees. Finds the pursuit of good she finds the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste and has a great deal of respect for the law. She enshrews practical concerns for philosophical discussion, puzzles and riddles, and the world of ideas. She is made deeply uncomfortable by difference in culture or appearance. I don't like this queen. She seems like the bad guy. I want to become the mountain home first. So the goal is to satisfy her, make her happy, become the mountain home. And then once I've done that, kill her. I need her to become the mountain home. Mountain home first. Vampire brunch after. I mean, okay, so what is more royal than a proper piece of housing inside of one of these? Because frankly, I don't know what is. Frankly, I don't know what is. The great thing about war is you just end up having more door. Everybody likes Lord of the Rings. Demon roommate? I was just gonna drop the thing on her head. I've seen the movies, but it's been a long time. I have read the books, though. Oops, that's a water source. Took you too long to get that one, but you chuckled? Exactly, as you should. You taking a long time to get it means purely that you are smart. Because only really silly people get that joke. Normal people just kind of get upset with me. You have a jabberer in the fort? Oh, that's terrifying. Please kill. Kid her out and see how many clowns she can take down? It depends on what happens first. Could make her, like, lead a fight against clowns. That could be fun. Not necessarily against the idea. I mean, service guarantees citizenship, right? Oh, that's very far down. Section of cavern has collapsed. Don't even... Let's get these dwarves training. And just get them... Well, actually, no, not barracks. Actually, yeah, let's just do a barracks. I'm just going to get a barracks right here. Get these bottom two squads down there training. I'll say this about the Lord of the Rings movies. I respect them because I'm just kind of a sucker for practical effects. And they're obviously not the last, but I kind of personally feel like the Lord of the Rings trilogy was some of the last... I do think it's kind of funny that you say that you don't always like fantasy in a Dwarf Fortress stream, though. Were some of the last, like, big-ass budget Hollywood movies that were practical effects, primarily. No, I'm picky, too. I get that. But that's, like, my favorite thing about those movies. Is that they are were and still are, you know, one of the best examples of practical effects in recent history that I can think of off the top of my head. So I'm just a fan of that. All right, buddy, I'm just gonna remove you from my chat. I told you to stop it. Got the general and the diplomat. Sorry, I just had to expunge somebody from the YouTube for repeatedly bringing up their mod using ChatGPT. It's like I don't need that cred in my chat. Not really welcome here, mate. The LLM mod guy, yeah. Yes, my favorite part was when he said, I don't speak English, I'm using a translator. It's like, fuck you, you do. Stupid cunt. Grow up. This isn't your marketing playground. I don't understand other people's logic for liking or disliking things. Magma laced with magma. Dwarf Fortress. .jpg. This magma is laced. This is a pool of lava laced with a pool of lava. That is sitting in a pool of lava, hugged by a pool of not lava, next to a pool of lava. Courtesy of the pool of lava. It's all gonna cave in it. Thanks, Anonymous, for checking out a gift. But yeah, I guess I enjoy Lord of the Rings not because it's Lord of the Rings, the movies. I enjoy them because of the practical effects. I like the stagecraft of those movies. I think they're kind of some of the best ever made for what they are, and that's why I like them. More so than the fact that they're Lord of the Rings movies or fantasy movies. I just think the effects are lovely. And also, like, I like the memes that come out of those movies. I mean, come on, we're taking the hobbits to Isengard. We're taking the hobbits to Isengard. We're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Guard. Anyway. It's one of those memes where I will forever be sad that whenever I try to use it in something, I just get an immediately content, like, ID'd for it. It's like, aw, you don't like fun. God damn it, Warner Media. You know, when I say shut something down, just let it go away. Salvi, I just timed somebody out for 24 hours. Let's just move on. Life will be better. It's all good, mate. I don't even care. Like, you can make whatever mod you want. But if your entire purpose and reason for existence in my chat is to promote your mod, fuck off. Go away. Like, just grow up. That's all it is. Lanix ordered beers, chat. You hear that? The Tolkien estate doesn't mess around with IP. Yeah, that's true. Yet they sold it. They sold a huge chunk of the, what was it, the book rights to Embracer Group? Which is both kind of sad and also hilarious to me. So while they might not mess around, they're not picky about who they sell it to. They just want to get their dough, I guess. I mean, they also let people trash the Hobbits, so... Amazon wasn't the first one. You know, as an artist once said, money, money, money must be funny in a rich man's world. I think I can probably dig through these. Could be very wrong. But those seem safe. You know, unironic... Oh, that was the fortification dig out. Unironically, I've been kind of tempted to go seek out the fan re-edit of the 3 Hobbit movies, because there's a fan, like I've never been much of a fan edit person, because like that's just like, congratulations, welcome to the rabbit hole if you're a crazy movie fan when you start doing that kind of thing. But like, I've been kind of tempted to seek out the fan re-edits of The Hobbit, because somebody took all 3 of those movies and edited it into one movie that's about 3 hours. And I'm really curious. I kind of want to know what they did. And I'm never going to actually watch it. I'm just going to be kind of curious for the rest of my life. Kind of because, like, I respect the effort, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it. What the fuck? Well, there goes Unique Owns. Smack. And unrelated miner has been possessed, and this dwarf is bouncing, 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 bouncing. Seems like he literally just like landed on the ground and bounced a bunch. His cloak seems to have deflected all of it. He's got no injuries. Meanwhile, this dwarf over here got injured. This dwarf is just unconscious. This dwarf is stunned. Your leg is mangled beyond recognition. Well, that's unfortunate. You should go get that looked at, dwarf. Boing, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, so is there like water in this above here somewhere? Probably in here. Is there any water that I'm aware of in here? They're calling Eurystosha? Right. Well, I look forward to their paperwork I get to fill out. This seems to be look like something I should dig through. I'm just getting rid of all this, so... Oh, I see the area where it caved in. It caved in over here. Well, there goes another one. Uh-oh. That seemed bad. Well, not dead. A+. Looks like they're through all the bits that could collapse, so it's fine. Also in an ad break, so I will pause. And an artifact is beginning. Hey, Osha, what? Eurystosha won't know what they're looking at? They'll be like, it keeps happening? Yeah, this is why I did cave-ins earlier. Ace Vitura. Thank you very much for the Prime for 3 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. And also YouTube folks, thanks for the 100 likes. Bow, bow, bow. You know, it's kind of sad or a little bit annoying, is if on average people watched another 14 seconds of the video that I uploaded yesterday. YouTube's just like blasting this all over my face every time I open up YouTube. If on average people watched an additional 14 seconds, that video would be getting recommended significantly more. But because it's slightly lower like view time than normal, and the percentage of the video is just slightly too little that people watch, I really hate how YouTube like gaslights you into making like advertiser optimized content. It's really frustrating. It's 5 minutes and 23 seconds as the average watch time. It needs to be about 6. I have this half-written blog post for my blog, which is basically just like all I really have from it is a title, which is just how YouTube gaslights you into making AI slop. Because very much it's like the way YouTube has like done a lot of redesigns recently is a little bit gross. Was the jump scare intro? Eh. You replay vid another tab, yeah. But then the average view time would be like a second. If it was the jump scare intro, that was the problem. Okay, the Righteous Inks is the squad. Let's just send them back out. Let's go get some more books. Like from here. This dwarf is grabbing a lot of bones. This is Forgotten Beast Bone. It weighs in at 1662 dwarf units. Ah. Oh, so they don't delete the channel, they just delete the videos? Quite the weird loop. You know, there's a quote that I really like, which is, if humans can imagine something, they eventually build it. We started predicting dead internet theory in like 2010. We're getting there. It's not gonna take that much longer. Give it like another 6 weeks. It really kind of sucks because like so many people have spent so many thousands of hours archiving, maintaining, moderating, curating like databases of useful information to people on the internet. And now, at least like if it exists, there's porn for it, requires human creativity, right? Like I've got nothing against Rule 34. Rule 34 is great. Like it's kind of funny if at worst, and like at best it's like something that gets you, I mean, but like, you know, I've got nothing against that stuff. That's totally fine. There's zero issue there. I mean, we were talking about deep fried or moldy memes yesterday. Majestic, same thing, right? Porn is also flooded with AI. Yeah, thankfully it's still pretty easy to filter through though. Because those people gotta get paid somehow. Moldy memes or deep fried memes is when somebody copies and pastes and copies and pastes and reposts 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 a meme so much that the compression on the meme that slowly develops over time on different hosting platforms makes it look all pixelated and fuzzy. There was a article on a cruddy news site that I saw on Normal of Caves of Cud post on Blue Sky the other day, which is, it's like by 2030 more women will be having sex with robots than with like human men. And he's just like, hold on a second. So is a vibrator with an Arduino in it considered a robot? Just like, probably. Or it gets progressively more moldy. Yeah. Right, he said I'll be there in 5 minutes, and you did that for the next hour? What, you just reposted the same image and made it blurry? What? We're hitching again. What a place to go to get the one rough zircon. Saying that's a photocopier effect, Majestic, in YouTube chat really dates you. It was Majestic in YouTube chat. It's like photocopier effect, but for all information ever posting on the internet. I mean, like, it's like playing telephone, am I right? Why are you hungry and stressed out? It's because you're hauling chat. Am I still running DF on Linux? I run everything on Linux because I don't have a Windows install. So it would be hard to be running on not Linux when all I have is Linux. You know, when I was a kid, our idea of fun was taking a piece of string and 2 cups and then talking through them. Although, I guess the one thing I haven't tried with this hitching is swapping it over to Proton, but I don't think that would do much. You mostly played tag? We played many variations of tag. Yeah, exactly, various forms of tag. You know, the one where when someone gets tagged, they're it. The one where someone gets tagged, they have to stand stationary for a while, and then they're it. The one where every time you tag somebody, they're also it, and then you become like a zombie army over time. That one was fun. I liked playing that one at night. It was a good time. We had different hand signs and stuff for whether or not you were it. It was a good times. Ollie Ollie Oxenfree, yeah. Marco Polo. Although I actually played Marco Polo not too long ago. Well, I did that for a while. I was up a mountain camping last year, and there was a bunch of really loud people kind of partying at the next peak. Oh, Red Rover's fucking dangerous, man. I got really badly hurt playing Red Rover once. But there was this kid, like, there was this group of, like, I don't know, young adults camping on the other peak, and they were being really loud, and then one of them shouted Marco, and the other one, and somebody else shouted Polo not too far away, and then we started shouting at them from the other peak, and then we shouted back and forth for about, I don't know, better part of 10 minutes. With no real reason or logic behind it, we just kind of did it. You're an elder millennial? I'm, like, in the last 3 years of being a millennial. Like, I was born in 94, and I get called Gen X a lot, and it hurts. Kind of, not really. It's also kind of funny. Just have a person... Oh, we also used to play The Floor is Lava a lot. We used to play The Floor is Lava in playgrounds, and someone would be it, and they would be on, like, the ground, and they had the freeze ability, so you could, like, tell everybody they had to freeze. And when it wasn't frozen, you had to keep moving, because if you stayed still, or if your hand stayed in this, if you stayed in the same location for more than 10 seconds, you were automatically out. So we had to keep climbing around the, like, playground. And then we also had another variation of it where we would climb around the playground, and when the person was it, they had to keep their eyes closed. So we had to be very quiet, but still keep climbing around, and we couldn't stay still. And my mom would, like, be the rule. She would like call us out if we stayed still for too long. That was fun. I can't wait until we get to Jed betas because everybody's going to make fun of them and then we're finally going to stop getting yelled at. Yeah, my little sister's Gen Z. Yeah, I mean, early Gen... Like, if you were born in the late 90s, you're more or less the same, yeah. It's not until, like, post-2005 kids born that, like, you stop having that as much. Although, who knows? Maybe kids are still doing that. As far as I know, they just sit there on their iPad all day. But I also don't have kids, so I know nothing. That much is certain. You know, Zalvi, when I went to Formula One this past weekend, one of the support races was the Formula One Academy, which is the junior women's league, basically. And I was looking at one of the drivers because I was mildly curious. And it's like, birth date, 2007. I was like, I'm going to go quit reality now and move into a cave. And shrivel and turn into dust. Because this lady that was born in 2007 is driving a race car at 200 miles an hour. Excuse me, I need coming through. Senior citizen on the way out. Ready to die now. Could you please not, good sir? I mean, yeah, no, I get it. Hey, the music was pretty good in 86. Still feel like a child, though. I had this discussion with my mom a couple years ago, which was really interesting. And I was like, Mom, I had to like preface it with like 4 or 5 different, please don't get offended moms. But it was, Mom, like, how old do you feel? It was actually a very interesting question to ask my mom. Very glad that I did. Because it kind of just came down to, oh shit, we got a crystal opal amulet. I love it when that happens. They make random crafts out of gems sometimes. But anyway, yeah, no, it was just how old do you feel? But my mom said 34. Because that's how old she was when she had kids. '86 is the greatest year for thrash metal ever. I can tell that you and me are not going to agree on metal taste then. I mean, it's important, but greatest? No, not even close. Not even fucking close. Because Havoc didn't exist yet. Yeah, I have a friend who describes herself as being raised by teenagers, so no, I get that. Later on. Well, without going too in depth into medical procedures, I think a lot of people are just terrified of medical procedures. Especially ones that have like an aura of fear surrounding them for whatever reason or another. It's just like when people get, okay, Chat, please don't make this into a conversation about vaccines. I'm just gonna state this thing. It's like when people get, it's like when I state, oh, I'm gonna go get my like flu shot, and they're like, aren't you scared of that? And I'm like, I have to give myself 5 injections a day. You can shut the fuck up now. It's like, there's just like a point with certain things where it just stops. It just stops. Megadeth sucks. Slayer is okay. Metallica was okay. Anthrax, meh. Megadeth, bleh. No. No. I mean, those are all fine, and they're all important, but the best? No. Not even close. You love Megadeth? What the fuck? I'm sorry you feel that way. That's like saying you like Creed. Sorry, Creed. I didn't mean that. I mean, In Flames' old stuff's pretty great, but Majestic in YouTube chat didn't mention In Flames, so... Some Creed songs are okay. We can't be friends. Unless you're ironically talking about Creed, we can't be friends. Stukos, the miner, has created Neural Toulon. This is the Dwarf Fortress Neuralink. Zasram Tuk, a forgotten beast bone buckler, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Why'd these arms open, bitch? Let's give that to my mayor. Where's Bonesaw? I know this is not what you mean. He's sleeping right now? Napping. And the non-religious Creed songs make you not cringe? Is it possible to listen to any of Creed's music and not cringe? In Flames aren't thrash. Woof. Buddy. My God, this is okay. Chat, I refer to myself as a metalhead, right? There's 2 kinds of metalheads. There's metalheads who understand how the genres work and like metal. And then there's people who think that there is only thrash and only talk about thrash and don't acknowledge anything that is even remotely outside of pure thrash. In Flames was a thrash band for their first 3 albums. Come the fuck on. Holy hell, hot damn. Pure trash. I said thrash, but you know. There's a TH in there. Anyways, I'm just gonna let the YouTube chat argue about that now forever and just kind of chuckle when I glance over occasionally. Where am I going to... This diamond is bugging the shit out of me. Then you just like music. And you're not picky, which is probably actually a better place to be. Although you could probably pick Degent out of a crowd because it does literally sound the way it's said. You know what? Actually, let's just do this way. Like, you know, if you were saying destruction, I might listen to you, but... I mean, when I was younger, there was an era of my life where I liked Skillet, so I'm not allowed to judge people on having poor music taste, Ledrin, but I could not tell you a single Creed song that I like anything other than ironically. There's plenty of Creed that I like ironically, like for the same reason I enjoy a meme song every now and again. That stuff's fun, but I don't like it. Chat, don't try and argue with Majestic. He's one of the evil ones. We don't trust those. All of this is meant in good fun. Please don't take me too literally. But yeah, although genuinely though, if you're unironically saying that In Flames was never thrash, you're a fucking crazy person. Clayman is pure thrash. I mean, I can tell you right now that Nightwish isn't thrash, but I know that you're having a different discussion. Meanwhile, Twitch chat's talking about, like, you know, power metal. You still have an email address with Korn in it? You know, I kind of liked their dubstep album. It wasn't good, but I kind of liked it. It was funny. For the same reason I enjoyed some dubstep in that era. I mean, it wasn't good, but it was funny. But yeah, I've kind of like reserved myself to understanding that I don't generally get along super well with thrash metal fans. It's kind of like the people who the only punk band they acknowledge is the Misfits. It's like, all right, I don't agree. I don't think the Misfits are good, but I'm sure you'll wear that t-shirt forever, so I can't fault you for it. You'll be blasting Korn on the... It's just like a couple weeks ago when the guy drove past or rode his bicycle past my apartment, I should say, really late at night, blasting dead bodies everywhere. And it was just like, wow, okay, good morning. And it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm awake now, thanks. That's the last time I heard Korn. No, it's thrash. Thrash, not trash. Thrash. Like thrashing? To thrash? Nope. It's TH. Yep, the Misfits were a real band. R isn't accurate anymore. They are no longer a band. They were a band. But no, the Misfits are not a going concern anymore and haven't been for quite some time. So I can barely tell you even what's metal anymore. I mean, you know what? Like, I don't like them. I think they're terrible, but, like, Megadeth is technically, unfortunately, thrash. I think the default thing to reference is always Slayer, but if you're a normal human being, you probably haven't listened to Slayer. Most normal people couldn't, veteran. Unless you're like a blue-collar like worker or homeless, you probably haven't listened to Slayer. Those are the two types of Slayer fans that exist. So the truth behind that statement, clarity here, there is a running joke that I have with me and my friend Kevin, who is a massive fucking Slayer fan. There was a good period of time there where I don't think I saw him wear a shirt that wasn't a Slayer shirt. And every single time we run into a random person wearing Slayer merch in the wild, they're on the street. And as time went on, eventually it just became this running statement where it's just like, oh, look, we ran into a Slayer fan. And it's like there's this person cooked out on the side of the road. It's like, well, it's a Slayer fan. So it kind of sucks, but is Rob Zombie new metal? I don't actually know. Rob Zombie's okay, I guess, is what I would say about Rob Zombie. Every time I've tried to see him live, he's no-showed, so I kind of feel blech about Rob Zombie. Yeah, he's okay. I don't know. Talking about bands, does the tavern have one? We don't have a band, but we do have 2 bards. Well, 2 performers. One's Romanoid. And the other one is Drew. Although neither of them perform in the tavern. They perform in a temple. You know, you can learn a lot about somebody from their top 5 favorite artists later on. I really like 9 Inch Nails. Head Like a Hole's a pretty great song. Actually, Pretty Hate Machine in general is a pretty good album. You're a stupid nerd? Well, that wasn't from the 9 Inch Nails. That was because you listened to Toby Fox and Battles. So I'm going to cave in all of this. I will say, just because I like the Blues Brothers, and also because I like blues in general, some black gospel that's like unironically like goes pretty hard. Like no jokes or irony there. A lot of that stuff goes pretty hard. It's just fun music. Where I lived previously, there was a African gospel church that was just up the street from where I lived, and I don't know what the hell they were doing. I presume worshiping in some format. But my God, it sounded like they were having a great time when I walked past there every Sunday. It was just like you could hear them like 3 blocks away. And, like, it was in an old, like, appliance store, which had closed a long-ass time ago. We're in an ad break, but... it was in an old-ass appliance store, which had closed a long time ago. And... that thing had walls made of cardboard. Look at the last... no, not really. I just didn't read it. Ace Ventura. So I took a look at the last vid. You love Doom and RPGs, but it goes to the video at 519. Somehow it's taking too long to get to the point from it's just the detail of the strategy for the game. I mean, it's good to know. Sorry, Doom is not an RPG. I mean, you don't have to apologize to me, but whatever. At the end of the day, It's not Doom. It's Doom the roguelike. It's a different game, mate. Go play Doom in 3D. Doom the roguelike's a very different experience that just uses similar theming as a way to get people into a different kind of experience. And Doom is a roguelike. Or, sorry, Doom is an RPG. That's why they made Doom RPG. But, you know, this is also why the only game that I will ever be able to make large amounts of content for that people will enjoy me for is Dwarf Fortress. Because when I cover other games that I like, I get that kind of response. Which is, that's not a thing that I want. Then go play the thing that I want. And I go, well, that has things that I don't like. And life continues. I don't do karaoke, so. Question is, which, like, Rammstein song are you doing in karaoke, though? Sana? Ah, fair. Yeah, that's just pretty slow shouting. You know, if people get very deep into the definition of what is and what isn't a role-playing game and the definition of playing a role, just like many genres, it ceases to have any meaning. I mean, who doesn't know that song? My mother. I guarantee you does not know Du Hast by Rammstein. Checkmate. Your mother-in-law knows it? Well, your mother-in-law knows different music than my mom. And she's like 70. Okay, your point is what? I think my mom just kind of stopped at U2. Yeah, that's how I feel too, don't worry. Okay, hold on. Nope, that's gonna drop this, so I can't do that. But could do that. Got a few more things to connect together, Devil Duck. We'll get there. Just plays an MMO basically solo. I mean, making content out of the game you play is endgame game for most games. I like going to grindcore shows, catching back up with the YouTube chat. I don't like listening to grindcore, but Stoner Doom is fun. We have a local, really good Stoner Doom band called, well, they're more just Doom than Stoner Doom, but called Tribunal. It's a Doom metal band with a cello and a stand-up bass. What are my thoughts on Dio? Should I go get my Dio tape? It's the Reapers of the Dark! I don't know, Dio's fun. I don't really have any other thoughts on Dio than that. It's like, Dio's fun. It's kind of hard to deny that. He's kind of like early Iron Maiden, where it's like, it's just fun. Same with like, you know, any kind of Black Sabbath or Aussie stuff. It's like, it's fun. Don't really have much more to say on it than that. Aside from that, it's fun. I mean, I also own a bunch of like, why do I always blank on the name of this dude whenever I go to say the name of him? And it's like, I know this guy, I know this artist very well. I own multiple records and multiple formats of his, but I can never remember it. That's how you know that my pills are wearing off. Alice Cooper. Like, music doesn't need to be good to be fun. Same kind of vibe. I literally went to, like, a search engine and typed in "School's Out Forever." Or for summer, technically, but... What is my favorite album? Zavi? Like of all time? Is channeling magma from above safe? That's like asking, is it safe to drop lava on your head? Sorry, but that's kind of a silly question. No, it is not. Wait. Channeling lava that's above you or channeling lava from above? Down in. Down in's pretty safe. But from above, Inlet by Hum. It's my favorite album. Yeah, Dwarf is above, channeling down is pretty safe. I'm sorry that you listen to music that way. That's something that very much bums me out about a lot of music listening habits that people are forced into these days. And also the way that albums are written now, where nobody listens to just an album from end to end anymore. That's actually one of the reasons I got away from digital music and got back into physical music, so that I could get out of that habit. It's kind of a bad habit, in my opinion. I mean, you're like a power metal person, right, Zavi? Is that fair to say? I don't know if you'd like Hum. But, I don't know. Hum is like not quite the most 90s band, because that's definitely Weezer. But they are in a... Uh-oh, got a fight going on. Seems like Godin is getting into a fight with a bunch of people. Not to sound like an idiot, but what's NSBM? I'm sorry that you listen to and enjoy Megadeth. Motorhead's fun. Sabbath is fun. I like Iron Maiden. Ah. I respect the directness, even if it's in poor taste. Yeah, there's parts of metal where I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay very fucking far away this. Happens in thrash. It's a lot of those questionably judgeable, easily judgeable bands. Actually, let's just do it this way. It's also one of those things where, like, I've had people tell me that they like that stuff before, but usually they're more direct about it. And I always have to ask, it's like, should I judge you? Or do I just say that you have bad taste? I think I'm just gonna lean with that and just say that you have bad taste. I mean, same with industrial. I listen to plenty of industrial. It's funny, industrial are either like literal fucking fascists or about as far left as you can get without falling off the edge of the world. I mean, there was an era of my life where I liked Megadeth, Zalvi. And then I started listening to more different music. And it's not that like it's not that you have bad taste. It's easy to like a lot of that stuff, you know? Like Metallica, it's easy. It's easy to get into. It's approachable. It's straightforward. It's the same reason a lot of people like artists like Creed, or even like Nine Inch Nails to a degree. And I like Nine Inch Nails. It's like, it's easy. There's very little friction to it. It's very easy to understand why it's good. So there's nothing wrong with liking stuff like that. Why did that cancel the second I selected? Oh, because I forbid it. That's why. But there's nothing wrong with liking stuff that's digestible. But I do think that there's something to be said for some music being too digestible. I mean, my old bartender where I used to live, I would talk with him about music pretty frequently. He was very big into hip-hop, like R&B, that kind of stuff. And then I remember having this discussion with him and one of the other bartenders about Pink Floyd. We were talking about... I also like it generally when food is digestible. But we would talk about, like, you know, a lot of different pop music, rap beefs, that kind of stuff. And we started talking for a while about Pink Floyd and different Pink Floyd albums, like Animals and other things. But he'd never really listened to Pink Floyd. And I was like, I just, you know, listen to Dark Side of the Moon one day, because he had about a 45-minute drive. Like, just listen to the album from end to end. And he kind of came back after and was like, I didn't like it. I'm like, okay, interesting, why? And he's just like, basically described it as not being digestible enough. And I do think that that really sucks. Because when things are just too digestible, stuff stops being... How do I word this? I'm getting texted by my aunt. It's harder to get into stuff with a lot more depth, I guess. Just say your aunt like a normal person. All right, we've got to fight. Humans are coming in for visiting. No, but I'm requesting you to pretend to be like one for right now. I think Nine Inch Nails is one of those artists where a lot of people have heard them but don't realize they've heard them. Like, one of the funniest conversations I've had with my dad is that he had in fact heard Nine Inch Nails, but his only real touchstone for Nine Inch Nails wasn't Nine Inch Nails, it was the cover of Hurt. Like, I find often when, like, you explain to people that that's Nine Inch Nails, they're usually a lot more open to the idea. Or, like, just one or two of the soundtracks that they've probably seen in a movie. Like, most people have heard Nine Inch Nails without realizing they've heard... Or they've heard Trent Reznor's music without realizing they have. Okay, so Snatchers are arriving. Let's watch the first one. I'm just going to turn into a pincushion immediately. Traders are still coming in. Oh my gosh. We just start firing. There goes one. Second one falls apart almost immediately. Third one's coming in, trying to dodge around. The humans are coming in and joining in with the fight. We've got this human here who's just getting ripped to absolute shreds. Which is one of the goblin humans, not one of the human humans. Bolts flying. This guy getting filled up with arrows and bolts as well. One of them actually bashed him in the head with a silver flail, this guy. Just bashed him. Smacking him. We got a dwarf down there. Ooh, what happened to you? Whoa. Huh. We've also got goblin teeth up on the walls. It's definitely my soldiers, or it's my civilians running out to try and save them is what's happening, but it's kind of amazing to watch, actually, so I'm just gonna let it happen. How did you... Punches the goblin in the head, bruising the muscle. Damn right, pulls the neck. Did you get that kill, Burr? No, you didn't. Who did? Did you? Yeah, you did. How'd you kill it? Punches the goblin in the head, bruising the muscle. As it should be, and then he pulls out and drops 2 bolts from your arms. That's one way to suddenly have a massive bleeding wound. We are, in fact, the mountain home now. We have to take this defense very seriously going forward. Chat room. I have a stream to do tomorrow, but I'm going to go meet up with my aunt and uncle because they're in town. So I'm going to be very brisk about ending today. We'll be live for 8 hours tomorrow, as we have been today. 7 hours on YouTube, 8 hours on Twitch. We start at 9 a.m. Pacific. We go until about 5 p.m. Pacific. At some point, the longer streams will return, probably when we hit winter. But for right now, or whenever the next major patch comes out. But for right now, I'm trying to keep it at 8 hours just for work-life balance reasons, because I did put a lot of time into that video over the weekend, and I hope most of you enjoyed it, even if you're not interested in the video game. All right. I'm going to be shutting down YouTube first, but sorry about that, Lunatic. I'm going to be shutting down YouTube first. But if you want to come raid somebody with us, YouTube, pop over here onto Twitch and we can go raid someone. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. But before I go, I do want to mention, next week, on Wednesday, which is the 9th, at 10 a.m. Pacific time, Tarn Adams will be joining me on stream, and we will be streaming and talking about Dwarf Fortress. So if you have a question you would like to ask him, keep an eye out on the YouTube channel in the community section, because I'm going to be making a post where you can submit questions soonish. See you later, YouTube.